Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Good morning, Roberters. We are here. We are awake. Bertolino's not, though. Bertolino's not working. Good morning, everyone.
Roberta.
We're waiting for this to start, but it doesn't start till 9. I didn't realize that. I literally just woke up. First cup of coffee. Cheers, guys. We're going to be watching a Daubert hearing. I know it's got a funny name. A Daubert hearing is when Kelly White, is when they're discussing and trying to eliminate expert witnesses. Oh my gosh, Judy is up there in Homosassa, feeding her chickens and listening to J is for Justice. I love it. Hi, Trees. Thanks for coming back. 208 Bunnies from Michigan, too. Good morning. Oh, my gosh. Hello, Potato. Drive safe. Shell had no sleep. Shell, they need to, knock you out for a whole week to catch up on your sleep. Northern Beans, you go, girl. She says, I've been awake for 2 hours. 2 cups of coffee, dogs out 3 times. See, that would have been me. But when I woke up at 5, I was like, nope, I'm going back to sleep. I'm not getting up. I'm not making coffee. I'm going back to sleep. And I did. But I just literally woke up. Hi, Sophie. So welcome to chat, you guys. Beans, how have you been? Northern Beans. How far are you from Spring Hill? I don't know. Let me see. We've got time. I wanted to show you guys some shiz going on up in Michigan. I'm like, damn, there was a body found in the back of some dude's car in Roseville. All right, let's see. Spring Hill, Florida. I know I've heard of it because it's not far. Or maybe I'm wrong. Let's see. Spring Hill, directions. All right, let's see. 1 hour and 13 minutes from Spring Hill. Okay, so Spring Hill. Do you know someone up there, Teresa? It's up by you're actually, that would be by Judy. Judy and the chickens with large talons. All right, let's take a look. That's where it is. Spring Hill. So it's up by Homosassa. Judy, I don't know if I've ever asked you this, but were you living in Homosassa when Jessica Lunsford went missing? Were you living there? Okay, so you guys, Michigan folks, I've got to show you this because we're not starting crumbs until 9, I believe. Let's go back. Yeah, 9 o'clock it says. All right, so let's watch this, you guys. This is craziness. So if you live in Michigan, you need to See if you know this dude. Because a body was found in the truck. He got into a car accident and then he left the vehicle and there was a body found in it. Of a young woman, I believe. Hold on. I gotta switch. I gotta make this bigger. I don't know what in the hell. Yeah, he looks super young. Police are searching for a man after a woman found dead in the bed of his truck. Oh, wait, let me make this wider this way. Looks like a freaking teenager to me. While officers were investigating a crash, police found the dead body. Oh, a 62-year-old Roseville woman. Okay, I did hear on the news that, get this, they looked up his identity no. Sorry, I take that back. I was half asleep, but they looked up his license plate because they saw it on the news. The news did. And they said that he lives with 60-year-old people, a couple. So I think that's his grandma. I think that's this kid's grandma. "62-year-old Roseville woman. The crash happened yesterday at 12:15 at Hayes and Common Road. The man is described as 17 to 20, 5'10", brown hair and a slim build. Witnesses said it appeared as though the driver of the truck clipped a semi-truck while trying to turn and spun out. He fled on foot. And then also there's a missing guy in Michigan 1 hour ago. He was last seen yesterday. Antonio Contreras. He is a 40-year-old man from Southfield. He has bipolar schizophrenia, and he walked away from his home near 9 Mile and Telegraph 2:30 yesterday and hasn't been seen since. He's 5'6", 214 pounds. Call Southfield police. Bipolar schizophrenic, probably obviously doesn't have his meds on him, and he's been gone since yesterday. So that's the two things that I wanted to show you guys. I think that was it. So today is a new day for Twitters. I'm going to come back on the Twitters. Now that Elon owns it, I'm going to see what's going on. We have one more missing person in Michigan. Southfield. Again. Is this the same guy? No. Southfield police want help finding missing 17-year-old boy. Teen last seen by social worker. Last seen by his social worker.
Ooh, that will scare somebody.
Police are asking for anyone with information about a missing 17-year-old boy from Southfield to come forward. Curtis Blades was last seen by his social worker. Police say he was seen wearing a black hooded sweatshirt, gray jogging pants, and white Nike Air Force shoes. They didn't say where he was last seen. 17, 5'10", 140 pounds. Call Southfield police. What is going on up there in the D? So this hearing is set to start at, I'm just checking that other one, is set to start at 9 o'clock. So here's our hearing here. And we're watching it on clickondetroit.com. Hi, Rose. Are you you're excited about Elon and Twitter? Yeah, me too. Is that right, Ange? Small world. Oh, I got to get the poll up for the kitty. Nobody's on panel with Jay. The kitty and my doggy Cam.
Recording in progress.
What was that? Oh, that must be this girl's stream. She's actually this community advocate network. She is on the actual WebEx or Zoom. It sounds like it, Teresa. It's really scary. Hi, Carrie. Speaking of scary, Carrie. Hey, squiggles. Squiggle, squiggle. Squiggle, squiggle.
Cut his mic. Cut his mic.
I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right, Rose. Okay, so I realized something. I realized that with the way that I laid this out, we will have Gabby versus Roberta. And I don't know if I like that. So what do we do? Because today it was going to be Emmy versus Justice. And then the next one is against Gabby, and then the next one is Roberta. Should I just roll with it? I'm not going to change it at this point. Cut his mic! Cut his mic! All right, let's get the poll going. We're going to do Emmy versus Justice. We're going to roll with the damn shit at this point. Schedule. Cherish B, welcome to Roberta. Welcome to Roberta. Welcome to the family.
Roberta.
Yeah, just roll with it. Fuck it. It's too much. It's too much to redo the shit. Yeah, I agree. Sometimes you just gotta roll with it. Okay, let's get this going. I have no idea what that noise was. Pick your favorite name. So it's gonna be Emmy versus Justice. Who's Donald Shuddy? Why have I heard that? Who's Donald Shuddy? Why have I freaking heard that before? Good morning, Lucia. For real, Carrie. Carrie's like, just call her Roberta and be done. Like Potato said yesterday, just get her a Roberta tag and be done with it. Hey, you never know what it could end up being. Justice. Justice. Justice versus Emmy. Oh, the serial killer up in Iowa. Emmy is your husky's name? At first I thought that said hubby's name, Cherish. Emmy is your... Oh, okay. So you see the dog in my doggy cam right now. She's part husky. And it shows. And it shows. She has that sassiness, like the husky. Does your husky look at you and you see the white in her eye? And you know she's about to get sassy as hell?
Tamper that.
Hopefully this starts soon. Damn. Let's check out our video player, make sure that's set up. And it isn't. The cat will be 25 by the time we have a name for it. Oh my God, that's so not true, Shell. We will have a name. We have 3 more. Well, we have Justice, Gabby, and Roberta to go through. So it shouldn't be too long if I keep streaming regularly. Regularly. TV off, TV on. So I have no idea how long this hearing is going to be today, because I've never actually witnessed a Dilbert hearing. Dilbert. Not to be mistaken with Dilbert. But anyways, I don't know how long these Dilbert hearings last. I don't know how many expert witnesses they have and how many they want to get thrown out. But you know that the objection sisters are always good for a big pain in the ass. You know that's right. Ryan Upchurch True Crime, period. Hi. Jobby, I have no idea who they're trying to get rid of. No clue. We'll find out, though. I don't know who's on the docket today. Let's see. What else can we watch while we wait? I did save a few things to watch later. Let's see. Let's see what we've got. Oh, here, this is, if you guys followed Summer Wells, this is in Sullivan County at a park in Bristol.
Investigators say what they believe to be human remains were found today in Sullivan County. It's a developing story we're following on News Channel 11 at 5 o'clock. I'm Josh Smith.
I'm Sarah Diamond. The Sullivan County Sheriff's Office says they were called to the boat ramp at Observation Knob Park at South Holston Lake in Bristol, Tennessee. They say there they found what are believed to be human remains. That's where News Channel 11's Clarice Shaley joins us live tonight. Clarice, have we learned anything in that investigation?
This is the lake where the human remains were found earlier today. Officers received a call at about 10 o'clock this morning. A fisherman found a human body in the lake, and the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department has opened the investigation.
Officers responded, didn't locate the human remains. The Sheriff's Office contacted the TBI for assistance. The medical examiner's office responded to the scene, and the body was transported to the medical examiner's office in Johnson City for further investigation.
There weren't many people at the campsite at the time of the incident, and most people didn't know about the human remains being found, but they were all shocked when they heard. This is an open investigation, and we'll be sure to keep you updated.
So I don't know. There's always bodies found in that area, but I just thought it was kind of... It always bothers me when I hear about Bristol, because I'll never forget that Hunter said that he was at a park in Bristol with his girl. So whenever I see Bristol, my heckles go up, you know? And then also, I found the, I can't even think. I found the arraignment hearing for Nikolai Miu, you know, the Apple River Strangler, whatever, or Stabber. The Apple River Stabber. I'm sorry. I'm trying to do 3 things at once. In Wisconsin, where he But get this, I watched it, and I can play it for you guys too later. But I watched it, and it sounds to me like it was self-defense. I'm not even kidding, because the lead investigator testified. And she said he was surrounded by those kids. It sounds to me like he had nowhere to go. Like, I know Carrie, she looks like she's 12 and it's her first day. Poor thing. And she's out there reporting on human remains. Yeah. Oh, that one came out. Yesterday. 14 hours ago. Nate S. So many rude comments about the reporter. Have you guys never been new to something, especially something so public? Give her time to get accustomed to the job and she will do just fine. Clearly just a bit nervous. Can't believe people are commenting. That's really, really rude. But yeah, she looks super duper young. I don't know what's going on over there in WJHL land. There is no telling. It's like another world. It's another world over there.
Given the fallout,
Lori Staggs has been a member for 20 months. Happy to be here this morning. Lori, it is definitely amazing to have you. Roberta. Hello, Mrs. Kurt Cobain. How you doing? Yeah, I did see. Yesterday I heard that she died.
She said, we came home, we planted flowers on the side of the house.
Hey, Onesie. Oh, this coffee, it's amazing. You know, the first cup of coffee is always the best. It's so damn good. And I've got a little bit of, you guys, there's this new creamer. It's called Grinch Sugar Cookie Creamer. And it's in a green container. It's like International Delight or something. I don't know. But it's Grinch Sugar Cookie. And then I mixed it with some pumpkin spice. There's nothing wrong with the cat. It's a GIF. It's looping. Oh, he stares at the camera. Yeah, he doesn't move. And then I've got Lazy Dog here. Summer. But anyways, she likes to twirl. Hi, baby D. There's my baby D. There's my baby D. Supersonic. Baby D is supersonic. The first cup is always the best. Don't you wish every cup could be the first cup? Have you ever heard that before? Welcome back to Mod Squad, baby D. Mel's Gremlin says the Grinch gingerbread cookie creamer is good too. I don't know if I care for ginger too much, but it sounds good. I'm not a big gingerbread person. Are you guys big gingerbread people? My lighting's terrible and I am shiny. Hey, Ad Rock. What's up, Ad Rock? I know, I wish every cup was like the first cup. I wish every time was like the first time.
La 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 means be quiet and let me finish.
Ad Rock has been a member for 9 months. Ad Rock, you could have had a baby in that time. Thank you, Ad Rock, for sticking around. The first cup, the first drag, and the first kiss, says Crazy Acres. Ain't that truth? Ain't that the truth? You have a 5-foot robot Grinch? Oh. Uh-oh. We're in the courtroom, y'all. Hold on. WXYZ Detroit coming through with our stream today of Mr. and Mrs. James and Jennifer Crumbley. I'm going to go to the video player, you guys, so you guys can see it nice and big.
Objection!
I got mine at Walmart onesies. Welcome, welcome, you guys. Good morning, good morning. We are waiting for Jennifer and James Scrumbly to come into the chat. Ad Rock. No, I'm anxious too. I can't wait to see them and see what the objection sisters say.
Objection!
Grandma just called and said you're supposed to go home.
It feels like the first time. Feels like the very first time.
Point, don't be jealous that I've been chatting online with babes all day.
Okay, here we go. We've got Karen McDonald, the prosecutor. We've got, oh, Lord. Miriam is not looking very good. Last time we saw her, she was in her Mr. Roboto outfit, and she wasn't looking too good. She's looking pretty thin and pale still. And then we've got the other objection sister. Her sister that looks just like her sits behind her and takes notes. It's kind of weird. It's wed. And who else do we have in the courtroom? Let's see. See the objection sister attorney in the gray? She has like a twin that sits behind her and takes notes. Good morning, Olive Juice. Hey, Turtle Girl. Hey, Lockdown with April C. And who else do we got? Surge. Yes. Montreal, you're freezing. Well, warm up. And get comfortable, because I have no idea. They have a lot of shiz they're bringing into the courtroom in those banker boxes. So, Tina, come get your dinner and get settled, because I don't know how long this is going to be.
She's pretty good looking.
You're what the French call les incompetents.
I don't know if any of the parents go or not. Well, the lawyers supposedly split. Did you hear that? My voice cracked. The lawyers supposedly split their practice, but they're still representing one and the other. So Miriam, the dark-haired one, has Jennifer, and then the other one has James. Lucky, lucky. Hey, Georgie from Australia, and Bama from Tennessee. I'm assuming those are some families there in the back. Kelly White, you think it's going to be a long day? Right, Krugs. What's up, Krugs? No, I don't think they're practicing together anymore, but they are still representing James and Jennifer, respectively. Hot mic, hot mic. Let's listen. Oh, Shannon is the dark-haired one. My bad.
Did I ask them to do that?
The dude in the black shirt looked angry. I didn't notice. Is that Sylvester Stallone? Looks like him.
Like, what the fuck is this? And everybody's like, what the fuck is this?
Joe Rogan. Yes, reminder to hit that like, you guys. Oh, those are detectives. We're just waiting for the shitheads to be brought in. It's a full house, that's for sure. I thought it was Miriam. Miriam, tomato. Leo girl, I asked you for coffee. Did I ask them to do that?
What you are witnessing is real. The participants are not actors.
Absolutely not, Casey. It hasn't even begun. We're just waiting for James and Jennifer Crumbley to enter the courtroom. Jingle jangle. Hello, Turtle Girl. You're welcome. Little Boston. Hey. Watching this is much better than YouTube drama. Fuck YouTube drama. YouTube drama's stupid.
Given the fallout.
Much more fun to have fun than get involved in YouTube drama. Lots of cops in the house. Are these going to be our expert witnesses? They're trying to get rid of? Thank you, Little Boston. Judge Wapner. Remember that, Cray Cray? I'm not sure if they're going to have... I don't know what they're doing. They're going to be talking about expert witnesses, and either side wants to eliminate some of them. I have no idea why. Carrie. I love you too, Carrie. Thank you for being a reporter for 10 months. I'm so glad I found you over in Ziggy's. That's exactly where I saw you too. I was like, that chick's cool. Hey, Miss Robin.
La.
Oh, I know. Isn't that funky as hell? Wow. sounds like porn music. You were on the Judge Alex show? Lindsay Lee for what? Dude, okay, email me, Lindsay. We got to have you on the 411. We got to talk about your experience on the Judge Alex show. And if you have clips, that'd be so fun. Lindsay, let's do it. Let's do it, Linz. Carrie Adams, do you think that Ethan will testify against mom and dad when they get to trial? I know that they wanted him to, but now that he's said that dad bought the gun with his money for him, I'm not so sure. And that it was unlocked. I know, Leo. I found you with the lions. Here's the lions.
Woo-wee, that will scare somebody.
Check this out. The Tampa, let me see what you guys think about this. The Hillsborough County Sheriff is going door to door to 1,200 sex offenders to remind them, oh my God, she has the whole episode. Lindsay, let's do it. Let's do it. That'd be so fun. Angie B. I'm sorry. Teresa, I don't freaking have Messenger anymore. I was hacked on Facebook. My account was taken over. And I can't even get on there. Shoot me an email with your phone number at J is for... Wait, what is my email? J is for justice at gmail.com. And then I can text you. Leo. Roar. I am what's that Katy Perry song? You're gonna hear me roar. Your friend was on Judge Mathis? We should have a night where we talk about people we knew and ourselves being on those judge shows. That'd be fun. Looking frail there, James. Went radio silent in there, didn't it? You got yelled at. We've got to do this. Ad Rock, thank you so much. Ad Rock, you're the best.
Sorry, Mark, there's not a good place to do this. Do you want her to go here?
No, we want her to just not even come in. We can't stand looking at her. Oh, him and his headphones, because he's hard of hearing. James, you look like a dork. Look at his mask. He's all out of sorts. Oh, he is so gross. Blit.
All right, everybody. I hope that you guys can hear me.
Holy shit! What is that? Oh hell no! That's that other stream. Gone. Sorry about that, you guys. Here she comes. Hear her chains? Jingle, jingle. Here comes Jennifer. I'm sorry if it makes you feel any better. I had headphones on as well. Yeah, good morning, everyone. Oh, that's what he hears in the headphones. So it just blasted him. They're looking at each other, those creeps. They're not even supposed to. Look at her hair. Ugh. We haven't seen them in a long time. Yeah, she is, Shell. She's super great, and I need more coffee. Wee Jobby said, if that brunette on the front row is Dr. Jillian Peterson, I want to hear her. She studied 180 mass shootings, gathering all the data. Interesting. Shannon is looking ill still. I wonder if Jennifer is going to turn on James. I've always been wondering about the state of their relationship at this point. He's just like staring at her. Weird. Ethan has the same eyes as his dad.
Fucking fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
Thanks again, Ad Rock. Appreciate you. COVID. Whisper, whisper. Do they not talk to them while they're in jail or what? This is in Pontiac. Yep, at Oakland County. Yes, ma'am. Get your name up on the donation board today while we're streaming. Thank you so much, everybody, for your donations and keeping this stream going because YouTube demonetizes every one of my videos. Yes, they do. James has headphones because apparently he's he's hard of hearing.
God almighty.
All rise. Oakland County Court is now in session. The Honorable Shirley Matthews presiding.
Here we go, guys.
Your Honor, calling People v. Jennifer Crumbley, case number 22279-990FH. Calling People v. James Crumbley, case number 22279-989FH.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Karen McDowell on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Mark Keith, on behalf of the people.
Let me turn this up.
Williams on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley, who sits to my right.
Good morning, Your Honor. Marielle Lehman on behalf of James Crumbley, who is seated to my left.
Good morning. I see that your client has the hearing device that we've provided.
He does, Your Honor.
Is that working appropriately for you, Mr. Crumbley?
I think I need a hearing device.
If for some reason you can't hear,
No wonder he can't hear.
Courthouse. So if there's some reason you can't hear, please let your counsel know. All right?
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to ask Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley each to raise your right hand. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
You can put your hand down. Would you state your name?
Jennifer Crumbley.
And your name.
All
right. I'm aware that your attorneys now operate separate in separate spaces, but just out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to ask you the questions that I
Thank you, CR.
on the joint representation waiver form. All right. You already stated your name. Your name, how old are you?
44.
Mr. Crumbley?
46.
Can you read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes.
Yes.
Could you hear and understand your attorney?
Yes.
Yes.
And are you satisfied with their advice?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you understand that you are each charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you understand you have a right to have your own attorney and conflict-free representation?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you understand that there are various risks related to joint representation, which can include the following? Joint representation can compel a lawyer to refrain from taking certain courses of action before trial, during trial, and even after trial at sentencing. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And do you
Yes.
understand? And joint representation can affect advice regarding the decision to plea negotiations themselves, and decisions during jury selection. Because a lawyer will have the duty of loyalty to both clients, the lawyer may not be able to suggest or take courses of action that would benefit one client or hurt the other. This duty of loyalty could prevent counsel from pointing out the differences between the client's culpability and potential plea negotiations or at sentencing. In making comparisons between the two clients, it could put one client at a disadvantage. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And do you understand that?
Yes.
The duty of loyalty to both clients can affect counsel's decisions regarding matters of trial strategy. For example, it could limit the presentation of evidence, the examination of witnesses, or even the decision to call witnesses in an effort to protect the other client. As such, in the examination of witnesses, counsel may not be able to ask a question that would help one client but hurt the other. The duty of loyalty to both clients could also prevent counsel from pointing out the differences between the evidence against them or from objecting to the admission of certain evidence as to one client. That is, arguing that certain evidence does not apply to one client can highlight its impact as to the other client. Being duty-bound to protect the interests of the other client can prevent counsel from being able to present a defense that implicates the other client. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. There may be situations where counsel cannot effectively assist one client due to the necessity to protect the other. For example, if your co-defendant chooses to testify, your attorney may not be able to cross-examine them on any testimony that may implicate you or challenge your co-defendant's credibility. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And do you understand that?
Yes.
A lawyer has a duty to preserve their client's confidences and secrets, and either that duty may become compromised in the situation of joint representation, or counsel may not be able to share certain facts with one of the clients. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And
Yes.
have you had the opportunity to consult with your retained counsel as it relates to the issue of joint representation?
Yes.
Yes.
Have you been given the opportunity to consult with independent appointed counsel regarding joint representation and the potential for conflicts of interest?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you at this moment have any further interest in discussing anything with independent counsel?
No, Your Honor.
No.
Having been given the opportunity for such consultation and understanding the risks, do you wish to proceed with joint representation?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you understand that your attorney will not be able to act as a witness?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you understand that by entering the waiver, you will not be able to raise these issues in appeal should you be convicted?
Yes.
Yes.
I believe I supplied this form to each. And did they complete those forms?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, we did not see those.
We did not get it this morning.
I think we put them out and they decided to not put them out till this morning just because they come in here and clean. So, all right.
JD, it's
They have paper and pencil.
They do, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you, Judge.
All right. All right. There's not the necessity for any kind of sequestration order, right?
No.
Okay.
And this is a hearing pursuant to Daubert. Did you want to make a brief opening or not?
Yes, Your Honor, if I may.
Okay. Any other issues? Anything else?
All right, here we go, guys.
Your Honor, I think the only other issue, and maybe we could talk about this at the end of the hearing, is that third expert that was added on. In the issue, the prosecution submitted an affidavit in lieu of testimony, and we would just object to that being a part of this hearing. I don't know if the court wants to take that up now or later.
If they attempt to introduce it, you could object at that time, probably. I got a motion for reconsideration. I think you filed a motion for reconsideration prior to me issuing the scheduling order on Monday, or they passed in the system, but we didn't see the motion for reconsideration until yesterday. I will probably eventually rule on that. I think this hearing will take care of a lot of the issues that were
Thank you, Judge.
raised.
Thank you, Judge. We're prepared to address that issue at the end of the hearing after the first two witnesses. Judge, there are a total of 7 exhibits. In the exhibit book, they're numbered 1 through 8. There is no 6. My understanding is the defense will stipulate to the admission of 1 through 5, and that they're going to contest 7 and 8, which relate to the third expert.
Okay, so
did I ask them to do that?
1 through 5, and you stipulate to 1 through 5?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right, so Exhibit 1 is CV of Dr. Peterson, correct? Exhibit 2.
For real, they had one job.
From the Violence Project, is this correct?
That's Dr. Peterson's report, Your Honor.
Okay. 3 is CV of Dr. Cornell.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Robin. Yeah, you too.
4 is, I believe, a document authored by the shooter.
Yes, Your Honor. That's what we would call the original school drawing.
Okay, that's Exhibit 4.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ooh, the original school drawing.
I think we refer to that as
drawing from the shooter.
I think we refer to that as the modified, the amended school drawing, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, so those are Exhibit 1 through 5. And, you stipulate to the admission of those exhibits?
We do for the purpose of this hearing. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so 1 through 5 are admitted. 7 and 8 yet to be determined, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
School shootings can be prevented. They are utterly preventable. That's a hard thing to hear after children have died. We would much rather believe that there's nothing we could have done. It's a hard thing to hear because it forces us to look at ourselves and the people around us and ask, what could we have done and what should we have done? It's hardest of all on the parents whose children were killed, because if school shootings are preventable, it means their child didn't have to die. And so all of us have told ourselves a story, the story that shooters just snap and that these things can't be prevented. It's easier to believe that, and we've said it for so long we do believe it. But it's not true. Mass shootings are not inevitable. We are not helpless, and we don't have to just live with them. They are preventable. That's what decades of research into hundreds of shootings shows. The jury in this case will have to decide whether the Oxford High School shooting could have been prevented, and ultimately whether these defendants could have prevented it. As long as they hold that myth, that there's nothing we can do and that shooters just snap, the jury can't fairly assess those two questions. They need to know the real facts. They need to hear from experts who have seen this pattern over and over and over again. Judge, this is an emotionally charged case. 4 children died. It's tempting to litigate the question whether these defendants could have prevented this shooting today, to make that part of this hearing. But that's for a jury to decide. That's for another day. The only 2 questions today are whether the expert testimony and data underlying them are sufficiently reliable, and whether that testimony will assist the jury in deciding this case. In their most recent filings, the defense has indicated that they don't intend to argue that the shooter just snapped. That might be a matter of semantics. Whether they use the word snapped or not, the defendants have repeatedly claimed that, quote, the last thing they expected was that a school shooting would take place. This case clearly involves a young man who was not on any person's radar to be a threat to himself or any person. Everyone involved was shocked and surprised, including Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley. No one expected that the shooter could or would be homicidal, and it goes on and on. Those are all just different ways of saying that the shooter just snapped and that no one, including them, could have prevented this. But ultimately, it doesn't matter whether the defense argues that or not, because it's a common misconception and jurors believe it. A second ago, I said that the jury needs to hear this evidence, and I do believe that. But that's not the standard. It's not whether they need to hear that evidence, but whether the jury ought to hear it, whether they deserve to hear it, and then make their own judgment. Your Honor, after you've heard our experts testify today, I don't think you'll have any doubt whatsoever that these opinions and the data underlying them are completely reliable and well-founded, and I hope and will ask you to conclude that the jury deserves to hear them.
Thank you. Would the defense like to make an opening?
Very brief, Your Honor.
Sure.
I dislike the parents
Good morning,
more
Your
than
Honor.
Ethan.
Good morning.
As the defense has indicated, we don't dispute that the experts that are being called today are experts in their chosen fields. What we do dispute, Your Honor, is the reliability of their studies as they relate to this case, the relevancy of their conclusions as they relate to this case, and whether or not their testimony would assist a trier of fact. And the defense position, Your Honor, Mr. Crumbley's position, is that the testimony of these potential experts would not assist the trier of fact because their conclusions are not relevant in this case. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Smith?
No, thank you. I will rely on co-counsel.
All right. Thank you. All right, who's the first witness?
Thank you. It's Dr. Jillian Peterson.
Here you go. Whoever was saying Dr. Jillian Peterson. Here we go. She has extensive experience, so this should be interesting.
Dr. Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give is the truth, so help you God? All right, you may be seated. And then would you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Yes, it's Jillian Peterson, Jillian Peterson.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
Now, I just want to ask, before we get into your report and your CV, how long have you been an academic researcher?
Since I started graduate school back in 2009.
Okay. And how long have you researched specific to mass shootings?
About 5 years.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you just to keep your voice nice and loud for us, okay?
Okay.
Now, what has the research shown?
In studying mass shooters, we've found that there is a consistent pathway up to a mass shooting, that mass shooters have a slow build towards violence over time. They don't just snap, and they give off lots of warning signs along that pathway.
Now, Dr. Peterson, do you testify often?
I've never testified before, no.
Okay. And in fact, you're a professional researcher, is that correct?
That's correct.
You're a professor?
Yes.
Okay, please tell the court what you do.
I am a professor of criminology and criminal justice at Hamline University, and I also am co-president of a nonprofit called the Violence Project.
Now, we'll get into the Violence Project in detail in a few minutes, but I want to ask you 4 more questions about your background.
Sure.
Where were you educated?
I did my undergraduate degree in sociology at Cornell College in Iowa, and I got my PhD at the University of California, Irvine.
Okay. Did you have any specializations in your PhD program?
Yes, my PhD is in psychology and social behavior with an emphasis in psychology and law and psychopathology.
And how long have you been at Hamline University?
Since 2015.
What roles have you held there?
I started as an assistant professor of criminology and then moved to an associate professor of criminology, and I'm also the director of the forensic psychology program there.
Can you tell the court, please, what brought you to Hamline to begin with?
I wanted a position in the Twin Cities. I was interested in teaching at a small liberal arts college, and I was excited about teaching forensic psychology classes.
Have you taught anywhere else in your career?
I have.
Chill out, May.
When I was writing my dissertation, I worked as an adjunct at Normandale Community College, McAllister College, and St. Catherine University, and then I held permanent positions at Normandale and at Metropolitan State University before coming to Hamline.
In what department
Thank
did you
you,
teach?
Lori.
I was in either psychology or criminal justice.
Have you always been a professor?
No.
Can you tell the court, please, what you did out of college?
Yes, I started off my career as a mitigation specialist. I worked for the New York Capitol Defender's Office.
What exactly does a mitigation specialist do?
I developed what we called psychosocial life histories of our clients who were facing the death penalty that were used in their sentencing hearings. So I spent time interviewing perpetrators, talking to people who knew them, and then gathering records about their lives.
Katie, it's...
How long did you work at that office?
So there around 2.5 years.
And why'd you leave?
New York got rid of the death penalty, so they closed the office.
Okay. What did you decide to do after New York abolished the death penalty?
I could see in doing that work the consistent pathways to violence in our clients' lives, and I could see all the places along that pathway that intervention might have prevented the murder. And so I didn't want to work at that final stage anymore. I wanted to go into actually preventing violence from occurring. So that's why I went to graduate school.
Okay. And that's where you obtained your master's as well as PhD?
Yes.
What was your master's in?
My master's is in social ecology from the same university.
Now, you mentioned, when we talked about your experience as a researcher, so do you research at Hamline University?
Yes.
Okay, tell me please what you do.
At Hamline University, my research is largely focused on mass shootings.
Okay. And have you been involved in scholarly research at other universities?
I have, yes. Prior to my focus on mass shootings, my research was really focused on the complicated relationship between mental illness and crime and violence.
Okay. Now, we'll get into the fact that you study primarily mass shootings in a few minutes, but if you could tell the court, please, as an academic researcher, do you seek to publish your findings?
Yes.
Can you tell the court, please, what is the process behind publishing findings?
So we can publish findings in what's called a peer-reviewed journal. That process is writing up your findings, doing a literature review, writing up your methodology, your results, and your conclusions, including limitations of the study, submitting that to a journal where it goes out to typically 3 peer reviewers who are experts in the field. They provide feedback and tell the journal either accept, reject, or revise.
Okay. Have you published any peer-reviewed works?
I have, yes.
How many?
About 20.
Now, in looking at your CV that's been admitted to this court, I have a copy if you need to see a copy. I see about 9 pages of published articles, chapters, and books. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not going to go through them all one by one because the court has accepted the exhibit. But I do want to ask you this. Have you published any work specific to mass shooting prevention?
Yes.
How many?
3 peer-reviewed journal articles, a book, and about 40 other published essays.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you primarily research mass shootings at the moment. Is that right?
Yes.
Was there a shift at some point from your study of mental illness and the intersection of mental illness with crime to mass shootings in particular?
Yeah, around 2017, it really was my interest in mental illness and violence that got me interested in mass shootings, because that was something that was coming up in our public discourse quite a bit. And I realized there was no information about what percentage of shooters had a mental health history, for example. It was also right around the time of the Las Vegas shooting, which was the most deadly shooting. And so it was around that time that I switched my focus to understanding the life histories of perpetrators of mass shootings.
And why was it important to you as a social scientist to understand the life histories of perpetrators of mass shootings?
I think there's a couple reasons. One is that we didn't have a lot of data around who these perpetrators were. And because we didn't have that data, we couldn't have public policy conversations grounded in that data. So when we would say things like, this is caused by violent video games, we didn't know what percentage of shooters were playing violent video games. Also, when you deeply understand that life history and that pathway to violence, that's when you can start building really data-driven prevention strategies. So rather than just minimizing casualties after it's happened, how do we prevent it from happening in the first place?
Okay. Just so we're clear, in your research, were you able to determine if mass shootings were in fact preventable?
Yes.
Could you tell the court, please, what exactly is a quote-unquote mass shooting?
It depends on who you ask. There's various definitions. In my work, I follow the Congressional Research Service definition, which is 4 or more people killed, not including the perpetrator, in a public space. The victims are non-family, and it's not in the course of other underlying criminal activity.
And this is the same definition used by the FBI, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, when you shifted into the study of mass shooting prevention, did you have a name for the study?
Yes, we called it the Violence Project.
Okay, you said that started 2017?
Yes.
And tell me how that started.
It started with me, my research partner James Densley at Metropolitan State University, and a group of undergraduate students at Hamlin. And we started by putting together a list of every perpetrator we could find who killed 4 or more people according to that definition, going back to 1966.
Wow, interesting.
You said 4 or more individuals killed, not including the shooter, not related to the shooter, and not secondary to another crime.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So this started through the Hamlin University?
Yes.
Okay. And at this point, did you have any federal funding?
No, we started out all volunteering on the project.
Okay. At some point, were you made aware of a potential grant from the Department of Justice?
Yes, in 2018, the National Institute of Justice put out a call for proposals for studies focused on firearm violence and specifically mass shootings.
Now tell me, please, what was the goal of the study to begin with?
Our goal of the study was twofold. One, to add data to our public policy conversations, to ground those so we could come up with better solutions moving forward, and 2, to figure out if we could find ways to prevent this from happening. If we could find a common pathway, then perhaps we could build some prevention strategies.
Okay. Tell me about the grant process award from the Department of Justice.
Yeah, we put together about a 50-page proposal which details what's known about mass shootings, what's unknown, what we would do in our project, what it would add. We detailed sort of the timeline and tasks and methodology. We submitted that first to Hamlin University. It has to go through a review process, so it's reviewed by the dean and the provost and the president. We then submit it to the National Institute of Justice, where it's reviewed by a series of experts who give it a score.
Would it be fair to say that this proposal is thoroughly vetted?
Yes.
Are these grant awards competitive?
They are, yes.
And you said it's through what department?
The National Institute of Justice.
And what is that?
That is the research arm of the Department of Justice.
And what exactly did you propose you study through this grant award?
We proposed that we were going to build a database of all mass shooters meeting that definition. We were going to code them on a series of life history variables and look for patterns in the data. We also said we were going to conduct interviews with perpetrators, with people who knew perpetrators, parents, siblings, old social workers, also victims, survivors, and experts in the field. And then we were going to disseminate the results and make sure that the results were accessible to the public.
Okay. And we'll go through all those steps. I just want to ask you before we get too far down, how far back did the study propose to go?
We started with the year 1966.
And why 1966?
We started with the Texas Bell Tower shooting, which is kind of commonly regarded as the first public mass shooting. There was mass shootings before then, but that was the first one that was live streamed on television, so people watched it.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, your proposed sample size was every single mass shooting that fits the FBI's definition and the Congressional Research definition from 1966 on?
Correct, yes.
And when the federal government sanctions an award for a research study, is there certain oversight that goes with it?
There is, yes.
Can you tell the court about that, please?
Yes, we first had to go through an institutional review board to get ethical clearance to do the study. We had to submit progress reports to the National Institute of Justice every 6 months, and then we had to submit a larger report when the study was finished, including all of our data.
Did the National Institute of Justice sanction your research and your findings every step along the way?
Yes.
Okay. And how long was the grant award for?
It was 3 years.
And at the end of the 3 years, what happened?
At the end of the 3 years, we submitted our final report with all of our findings, and the National Institute of Justice accepted that and actually chose to write their own article about the project, including their own press release.
Now, you mentioned the methodology behind the Violence Project. If we could go through those step by step. I think you said step one was to identify the mass shootings?
Yes.
Tell me what that process entailed.
We used publicly available records, we used previous databases and lists of mass shootings and gathered every perpetrator we could find who met our definition.
Okay. And how long did that process take?
A few months at the beginning.
Once you identified the sample size and you identified all of the mass shootings, first of all, tell the court, please, how many were there that you studied?
185 mass shooters.
Oh my gosh.
181 shootings.
Now, was that the number you knew of in 2017 or the number you know of now?
That's now.
Okay, so the Violence Project, is it fair to say it continues in its research even after the grant award had its completion?
Yes, we've been continuing to update the database every 6 months or so.
Okay, I'm sorry, can you tell me?
Did you say 185 mass shooters and 181 mass shootings?
Yes, so 4 shootings had more than one perpetrator.
Thank you, Jen. So step two was building the database, is that right?
Correct.
Now what does that entail?
So we started off by making a list of every variable we wanted to code, so every piece of information. We looked at previous literature, we looked at public policy conversations, we looked at known risk factors for violence and for self-harm. So everything from basic demographic variables, early childhood, history of crime and violence, mental health history, anything that we could think of, we put as a variable. So it started out about 50 variables. Once we got the funding, we expanded to 150 variables. It's now 188 variables.
Why did the variables expand?
Partially because we discovered new things in the course of our coding. Also, as we have made the data public, researchers and scholars make suggestions to us for additional variables we could add, and we take those into account.
Now, you mentioned that making your findings public was an important part of the Violence Project.
It was.
Why?
Yes. This was meant to be a public criminology project, so this was not something that we wanted to publish in a journal article and lock behind a paywall. We wanted this to be used. We wanted this data to be accessible to policymakers, to journalists, to concerned citizens, something that we could really use when we're talking about this issue that could help us move forward.
Okay. Now, I imagine that it wasn't just identifying the shootings and the shooters, making a database, and then publishing. There was analysis as well, is that right?
That's correct.
And what was the analysis looking for?
Well, initially, to fill in the database, we started by assigning every shooter to 2 separate coders who were highly trained. So each perpetrator was coded twice. We then reconciled those, and any differences, either I or Dr. James Densley would reconcile using the information available. We then had a coder check it the 3rd time, and then we had a database manager go through every cell a 4th time before it was made public.
Okay.
Then to look for patterns in the data, we used statistical analysis to see what variables came up most frequently.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that it wasn't
Yeah,
just
triplets,
looking at
bitch.
information available, but it was also
The
conducting
fuck outta
your own
here.
investigation.
Correct.
Okay, tell me about that, please.
So this is what's called a mixed method study. We had the quantitative component, which is gathering publicly available information, turning that into numeric codes that you can run analysis on.
Who knows?
We also had a qualitative component, which was gathering kind of the deeper stories behind this, case studies, if you will. So we wrote to every living perpetrator of a mass shooting that we could identify in prison. 7 of them agreed to be interviewed. We were able to interview 5. We also interviewed about 50 other people, parents, siblings, old social workers, old teachers, who could tell us about the psychosocial life history of the perpetrator.
How many were living that you attempted to interview?
Most perpetrators die in the course of their shooting. So of the 185, we were able to send letters to 30.
Okay.
Sorry, how many were 100 were alive and you sent letters to
Oh my
30?
God, Judge,
We
stay
sent
awake.
everybody alive, so 30 were alive.
And the rest were either died by suicide or by gunfire with the police?
Correct.
Now, what did you do with these first-person accounts, with the interviews that you did? Well, first of all, let me ask you this. Aside from just writing to the perpetrators of mass shootings to interview those individuals, what else did you do?
We interviewed anybody who we could find who had known a perpetrator. We also interviewed victims and survivors and also first responders.
Okay. And what was the intent of doing this extra investigatory step?
The goal of a mixed method study is to have the quantitative statistical data, but to also have these sort of personal narratives that help bring the data alive, help you have ideas for what patterns to look for. In this case, it also helped us verify that data we were getting from publicly available information, so we could look at, do these first-person accounts match up with the data in our database?
And what did you discover?
We discovered that it did match up.
Now, this doesn't seem unlike the work you did with the New York Defender's Office, is that right?
It's similar in the sense of building these psychosocial life histories, yes.
So that's step 1 and step 2, and now step 3, we'll get back to the patterns, but step 3 would be to make the information public.
Yes, so we built a website where we put some of the main findings on the website, and then we made the full database fully downloadable for free.
Okay. And has anyone downloaded it?
Yes.
How many, if you know?
The last I checked, it was about 3,000 downloads.
Okay. Did you make your research and your findings available for other researchers in the field of mass violence prevention and threat assessment?
Yes.
To your knowledge, has anyone cited to that in
Jade
support
Lord,
of their own studies?
these parents bought
Yes,
the gun
last
for
time
him.
I looked,
It's different.
It had been cited around
Come on
51
now.
times in peer-reviewed journal articles.
And that's just peer-reviewed articles, correct?
Correct.
Now, why was it important for you to not just report back to the National Institute of Justice, but actually publish to the public?
I wanted to see the data used. The goal of this project was to make a difference. The goal of this project was to prevent violence.
Now, you mentioned the public discourse back when you were talking about your shift from the research just in the mental illness and crime into mass shootings back in 2017. Did you note something about the public discourse that caused you to want to build life histories and to examine life histories?
I just noticed the lack of data, that we were really operating on a lot of assumptions, on a lot of fear, or on single case studies.
What sort of assumptions?
Assumptions around things like the perpetrator just snaps, or a psychotic episode causes violence, when we really didn't have any evidence that that was true.
Okay, so when you went into this, there was no database to show if that was true or not true. Would that be right?
There was databases that counted mass shootings, that had basic demographic information, but none that did this deeper dive into the psychosocial life histories.
And as you mentioned earlier, you did find that a mass shooter has a slow build-up to the final event. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned the National Institute of Justice. They also published the findings and made it public.
They did.
Okay. And in fact, you authored a book on the subject?
I did.
And what's the book called?
It's called The Violence Project.
Did you seek to publish that in academic press or other means?
I chose not to go with an academic press, again, because I didn't want just academics to read this book. So we went with a traditional trade publisher so that we could reach a wider audience of parents, teachers, law enforcement, sort of anyone who could use the findings.
So the Violence Project was to obtain data and to analyze data, is that right?
Correct.
And to try to identify if there are methods to, or opportunities to intervene.
Right.
And to identify if, in fact, mass shooters do not snap.
Right.
Okay. Have you, since the Violence Project concluded, been awarded funding to now implement those findings?
Yes. I recently received an award in collaboration with the St. Paul Public Schools, a $1 million grant through the Bureau of Justice Assistance to implement some of those findings and conclusions in the St. Paul Public School system.
Dr. Peterson, are you invited to speak around the country regarding mass shooting research and mass shooting prevention?
I am, yes.
What sort of organizations invite you to speak?
All sorts. Teachers, educators, medical, law enforcement, FBI, Homeland Security.
Now, that's in regards to your mass shooting research, correct?
Yes.
Okay, your experience in this study is extensive, so I just want to recap, and please let me know if I'm missing anything. You began your career building life histories while working with inmates on death row in New York.
Yes.
You obtained your PhD, then started in research.
Yes.
Okay. Around 2017, your research focused on mass shooting prevention.
Yes.
You've published multiple works on the subject, is that right?
Yes.
You've been awarded 2 competitive grants, one to build a database, another to implement the findings.
Yes.
You've written a book on the subject.
Yes.
And you are invited to speak around the country to law enforcement and other organizations to discuss how to prevent mass shootings.
Yes.
Okay. Now, earlier you mentioned that you were looking for patterns when you conducted analysis of the data.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Through it all, the Violence Project, when the Violence Project concluded up to this day, tell the court what you've discovered.
Sure. We discovered a consistent pathway that often started with early childhood trauma that included things like physical or sexual abuse, a chaotic household, neglect. There was a slow build over time up to what we call a crisis point. That crisis point is often a suicidal crisis where the perpetrator is hopeless and isolated and no longer cares if they live or die. During that crisis point, their behavior is changing, so they're acting differently, and people around them are noticing that they're acting differently. During that period, they're often studying other perpetrators. We call this social proof. So they look for models of behavior. Oftentimes, they identify with previous shooters and see themselves in those previous shooters. During this period of time, they also often leak their plans. So leakage refers to any communication of an intent to do harm. So they are having indicators of violence and showing those to people. And then finally, they have access to the guns that they need to do the shooting and to the location which it represents their grievance with the world.
Okay. Now, these findings, these patterns, is this what you've termed the pathway to violence?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see some of the same steps of the pathway to violence in this particular case?
I did.
Okay. Before we get into that, every life history is unique, right?
Yes.
Okay, so when you talk about childhood trauma, you're not here to suggest that every kid who had it rough is going to turn into a mass shooter.
Absolutely not.
Okay, in fact, you aren't here to testify regarding prediction at all. Is that right?
Right.
And I want to make it clear that there is a difference between prediction and prevention.
Correct.
Can you tell me, please, what that means?
Yes, we can't predict who is going to become a mass shooter using the variables that we've studied. What we can do is identify patterns in the data that allow us to design prevention. So if someone has experienced childhood trauma, they could turn out just fine. They could have a variety of different sort of maladaptive outcomes. But if you intervene there, you're preventing all of this.
Hey, if you're not getting along with someone in chat, you guys can block one another.
That means there's opportunity.
It's a great
to
feature.
Stop.
Yes.
Do you follow other research in this area as well?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned the process behind a peer-reviewed journal. Are you asked to review other researchers for their own peer review?
Yes, quite often.
Okay, so you are recognized as an expert in this field.
Yes.
And do you collaborate with other researchers in this field?
I do.
Thank you for subscribing.
And do you keep abreast of other violence prevention programs?
Yes.
Now, to your knowledge, has any other person who studies mass shootings ever come to a different conclusion than there is a consistent pathway to violence?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Has anyone ever come to a conclusion other than mass shootings are preventable?
No.
Has anyone ever come to a conclusion that mass shooters don't snap?
No.
Now, this holds true for the law enforcement agencies that conduct research as well as academic researchers. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, you have authored a report in this case.
Yes.
May I approach witness?
Sure.
This is
La 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 la.
Two. And that is admitted as evidence, so feel free to refer if you would like to. Okay. Now, I'd like just to refer you to the first line here. Can you just read the first line for the court?
Sure. It says, there is a common misconception by the general public that mass shooters are evil monsters who simply snap and commit a shooting one day. However, research has consistently demonstrated that there is a common pathway to violence for mass shooters.
Now, this is...
The Crumbleys aren't going to want her.
You're familiar with the FBI's research.
Yes.
And in fact, have you read the 2018 study by the FBI in pre-attack behavior?
Yes.
And in their own introductory paragraph, they found the same conclusion. Would that be right?
Yes.
You didn't coin the term pathway to violence.
I didn't, no.
Okay. Do other researchers use that term as well?
Yes.
Do they use it in the same way you do? Slightly different? And tell us how so.
Slightly different. So the term was originally coined by two researchers, Weston and Calhoun, back in 2003. Our pathway to violence starts earlier, essentially. So we were interested in childhood and adolescence and that slow build. That other pathway to violence starts at the grievance point, so closer to the mass shooting, but they're very consistent.
Okay. Now, your research starts earlier because you endeavored to study life histories. Would that be right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say in building this database and examining the variables, coding the variables, you've sought every piece of information possible?
Yes.
You mentioned crisis point.
Yes.
Okay. And tell me, please, again, what does a crisis point look like?
So we define a crisis point as when your current circumstances are overwhelming your ability to cope. Something pushes you over the edge. It could be the loss of a job or the loss of a relationship. And then you start acting differently. So we call it a marked change in behavior from baseline. The most common thing we see is increased agitation, increased isolation, increased abusive behavior. It could be not turning in homework assignments or not showing up for school, but people around you are noticing that something's different.
Okay. Now, this could look different for the individual, correct?
It looks different in each individual, yes.
Tell the court again, please, what's leakage?
Leakage is communication of intent to do harm to a third party.
Would you consider leakage to be one of the more important factors in the study of mass research or mass shooting research?
Yeah, we've discovered that leakage is a really critical intervention point. One study we did found that leakage is really a cry for help, and so that becomes the key point at which someone needs to intervene.
Okay. And that is because of the nature of the fact that leakage is communicated to another party?
Exactly,
okay.
Yes.
Can it be intentionally communicated as well as unintentionally communicated?
Yes.
And tell me about that, please.
It could be an intentional communication, so writing something on social media like I'm going to be a school shooter. It could be something more subtle, maybe unintentional, like drawing guns on pieces of paper or something.
Now, how prevalent is an identifiable crisis point in mass shooters?
We found it in 85% of the cases we studied.
Okay, so pretty consistent throughout all 185 or so.
Yes.
What about leakage?
So we found leakage, if you look at the whole sample, which includes workplace shooters, restaurant shooters, retail shooters, we see it in about 50% of cases. If we isolate just the K through 12 school mass shooters, we see it 93% of the time.
Okay. Did you see evidence of a crisis point in this case?
Yes.
Tell me, please.
In the evidence I reviewed, I saw two different crisis points. One around March, when the perpetrator was talking about potential hallucinations, delusions, needing mental health care, even thinking about calling 911 on himself in order to get mental health care. and then a second crisis point in the month before the shooting when his behavior was changing. His best friend had been sent away. I believe his dog had died. He was acting differently during that period as well.
Okay. And you reviewed some of the evidence in this case as well, right?
I did.
Okay. And did you review the journal?
I did.
And did that have evidence of the crisis point as well?
Yes. There was a lot in that journal that indicated that he was in a crisis.
Now, you mentioned that mass shooters often are suicidal.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you say that, does that mean that every shooter intends to kill himself or herself?
So mass shootings are what is called a performance crime. So the shooting is meant to be watched. It's meant to be witnessed by the world. It's a way to get your anger and grievance into the headlines. It's a way to get your name into the history books. It's a way to be seen. And so in order to do that, you have to either be killed or be caught. So mass shooters don't have an escape plan. They go in knowing that this is their final act. So in many cases, they go in planning to die in the shooting. In some rare cases, they go in planning to spend the rest of their lives in prison.
Okay. And did you see evidence of that in this case?
Yes.
And what was that?
The perpetrator indicated that he planned to spend the rest of his life in prison for this.
A little bit more about that, please.
Yeah, social proof is studying previous perpetrators, getting radicalized in online groups or on message boards, kind of identifying and seeing yourself in those other previous perpetrators.
And that was also found in this case, am I correct?
Yes.
Now let's talk about leakage. You mentioned it was critically important. And
yes.
You had, like I said, you had the opportunity to review some of the evidence in this case?
I did.
I would like to refer you people exhibit 4 and 5.
Keep it coming, May.
Both have been admitted. May we approach, Judge?
Your $2 will add up all day, baby. I do too, Melmo. I think they're more
Dr.
culpable
Peterson,
than
could just take a moment
Ethan
to
almost.
look at People's Exhibit 5.
Or equal.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
And I'm sorry, 4 and 5. Do you recognize both of those?
I do.
Now, when you talk about leakage and it being
Tamper,
especially in school shootings, I want you to tell the court: is this an example of leakage?
It is, yes.
Okay. And tell me what you found in this case. You reviewed this case in regards to leakage.
So this case, compared to the other K through 12 school shooters that I've studied, this case was remarkable just in the sheer volume of leakage in the month leading up to the shooting, including homework assignments, journals, notebooks at home, internet searches during school, and then of course this worksheet the day of the shooting.
Okay. That worksheet that I just handed you, People's 4 and 5, is that significant to you?
You have to stand down.
Yes, it is.
How so?
All of this is leakage, from the gun to the thoughts won't stop. In our research, we typically have to infer that leakage is a cry for help, and in here it literally says, "Help me."
Okay. Now, it's important that leakage is evaluated in the context of the person receiving the leakage. Is that right?
Yes.
So some people who have more information are able to interpret it better.
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that the evidence you reviewed in this case demonstrated an escalating crisis?
Yes.
Now, what about evidence of opportunity? You talked about opportunity.
So we define opportunity as two things: access to the weapon and access to the chosen location.
Okay. And did the shooter in this case have both of those?
Yes.
Now, tell us, Dr. Peterson, in what you reviewed in this case, is it consistent or inconsistent with what your studies have found?
Really, the pathway that the perpetrator went down in this case is very consistent with other perpetrators of K through 12 school mass shootings. There are a couple differences in this case, one being the sheer volume of leakage, second being how he obtained the weapon, and I guess third being the fact that the leakage was discussed the day of the shooting.
Okay. Were there opportunities to intervene?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Tamper.
We're in Tamper. We're coming at you live from Tamper right now. Thank you, Megs. You are the best. Thank you, guys. This is going to be an all-day stream, so that's why I set a goal. YouTube doesn't let me monetize these, so thank you so much for your support. Thank you, May. Ronnie sends his best.
Okay.
Thank you, Onesie.
Tell me what kind of a break you want. Do you want your
JB, it's you have to stand down.
Do you want to walk into the hallway? Do you want?
No, myself and co-counsel need to walk into the hallway, walk into the bathroom, and then walk right back here.
Okay.
So our clients can stay here, if that's okay.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Objection!
The witness looks confused. What are they doing? Walking to the bathroom and walking back.
You okay? Are you okay with that?
I'd be nervous sometimes.
She doesn't seem very nervous. Hey, May.
I wouldn't let you sleep in my room if you were growing on my ass.
Oh, they're going potty together. They have to leave and go potty together. For the love. What do you mean what's on his glasses? They're just thick. All this talk of leakage made him have to go potty.
You're what the French call les incompétents.
Here's Jay, Unicorn. Here's May. Manatee. You're a manatee? I like manatees. But manatees are nice and harmless creatures. Hey, Scott Briggs. Are they going to hand signal each other, or is their love affair over?
Yeah, they're loud and beefy.
Serge, it's nice to have you. I'm glad that you're here.
Like, what the fuck is this? And everybody's like, what the fuck is this?
Dr. Melbo. Les incompetents. I think May deep down loves us, but she hates us because she ain't us. Tiff, I did not see that. It's sad. 7 years old. How long have they been married? I think since like 2013 or something like that. Or no, it had to be longer than that. They had him, when they had Ethan is when they got married, because he left a relationship where he had a daughter and a son and left them behind. So he knocked Jennifer up, and then they had Ethan and got married.
You can't take pictures in here.
YouTube's already yeeted us.
Oh.
They yeet me before I even go live. You know that,
I
right?
saw someone take a picture in here.
Uh-oh. Someone just took a picture.
You can't take a picture in here. Okay.
Ooh, she didn't even get kicked out. Who did it? She said, oh, I didn't know that. I'm sorry. Ooh, someone's in trouble.
Cooperate.
Cooperate.
Yeah. For a picture in here, I'm going to confiscate your phone.
Embarrassing.
Deputies, if you observe someone taking a picture or videotaping in here, you can let me know, and I will personally confiscate their phone.
Yes, ma'am.
You can let me know when you're ready.
Oh, Oh, let me look, Angie.
Maybe just another minute, Jack.
May, what's squishy? Are you squishy, May?
Did I ask them to do that?
What is squishy? I don't get it. You want to go squishy on James Crumbley's butt cheeks, May?
These nuts.
He looks very skinny. I don't think he's very squishy. Yes, Judy, we did a live on it yesterday.
Just before cross begins, I know counsel mentioned in the opening, but just so the record is clear, that this one is stipulated to be an expert in the field of mass shootings.
That's correct. All right, I just want to repeat something I said earlier. Allowing cell phones into the courtroom is fairly new and frankly a little bit controversial. But these proceedings are not permitted to be photographed or videotaped in any way. As you see, there are a number of deputies here who will be permitted to confiscate your phone in the event that you take a video or a picture. It's not permitted inside the courtroom. All right? I know probably you don't know that, but it's not permitted. All right?
Don't be a Karen and take pictures.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Peterson.
Good morning.
My name is Shannon Smith. I represent Jennifer Crumbley. Today when I'm asking questions, if anything's confusing, please stop me, let me know. If I confuse you with a question, I'd rather clear it up and have you guess, okay?
Sounds good.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to jump right into, my understanding is that
Yeah, because this lady's about
there are
guessing,
two
right?
main areas you would testify to in this case. One being the issue that shooters don't just snap, and the second being that school shootings can be preventable. Is that correct?
I'm not sure. I could testify more than that.
Okay. I'm going to start with talking about school shooters snapping first with respect to this instant case. In this case, you reviewed a number of materials dating back through 2021, authored by and written by Ethan Crumbley, correct?
Correct.
So you saw journal entries he wrote, text messages he sent, internet searches he did, all kinds of things along those lines. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it would be fair to say that anyone who sees all the evidence, all the things he was doing, it's very clear he was planning this, contemplating it, thinking about it. This was something Ethan thought about, correct?
It's clear that there was an escalation up to the shooting, yes.
Okay, and it's not something, I mean, it's not even a question. He's specific about it being a school shooting he wants to commit, correct?
Yes.
He's specific about even some of the targets that who he would want to shoot first to get the most attention.
Yes.
He's specific about wanting to spend the rest of his life in prison.
Yes.
Okay, so all of the things that with Ethan, it's very...
Have we agreed to call him the shooter?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Judge.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
It's easy to... There's no question the shooter planned the shooting and did things to accomplish that plan, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the second area, at least, that the defense understands the prosecution intends to elicit testimony about is the preventability, I don't know if that's a word, of mass shootings or of school shootings. And your testimony was that school shootings are preventable.
Yes.
Is it your position that all school shootings are preventable?
Yes.
Okay.
Wow, she thinks all are preventable.
Is it your position that all school shootings are preventable if leakage and risk factors are identified and there's some kind of interception? Is that my understanding of what you're saying makes it preventable?
So prevention could happen at any point along that pathway to violence, yes.
Okay. And you're on Twitter, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and back in May, you tweeted that 2/3 of school shootings are preventable. Do you recall tweeting that?
No.
We have to stand down.
May I approach the witness? Your
NGB
Honor?
coming in hot, getting us closer to that goal.
If you were shown
Shamrock.
a copy of your tweet, would it possibly refresh your recollection?
Yes.
You can see her rib cage, you guys. Oh, we're going off James' tweet.
Does seeing that refresh your recollection?
No, I didn't tweet this. I don't run the Violence Project Twitter account, but.
Okay, but somebody from your project tweeted 2/3 of mass shootings are preventable. Do you have any idea where they got this 2/3 number from?
I don't, actually.
Okay. And your testimony is that 100% of shootings are preventable.
At some point along the pathway to violence, yes.
Just so we're clear, council is referring to school shootings, is that right?
Yes.
Hey, Betsy, 14 months. Thank you so much. Squishy. Where'd May go with her squishy ass? Come on back, May.
We have obviously seen a number of school shootings.
Yes.
And the research does not contain school shootings that were in fact prevented through the pathways to violence methods, correct?
It's very hard to study. There are some studies of averted shootings, but it's very hard to know the scope of shootings that were prevented.
So in the end, when it's your opinion that all of them can be prevented, we don't have any scientific data that confirms they can all be prevented.
We have a common pathway to violence, and we have studies of averted shootings.
We have a lot of information, and we have hope that more information will help us identify shooters and shootings, but we have no concrete way to know that we are going to be able to stop all shootings, correct?
Again, I'm sorry, Judge, I need to object here. Just to clarify, counsel again said all shootings.
All
And
school
Dr.
shootings,
Peterson's
I'm
an
sorry.
expert in mass shootings.
Yeah, I mean, you could ask both ways, but
I apologize.
No, just be clear. Yeah.
Okay. Obviously, the information, the goal is to identify and to stop school shootings and reduce the numbers of school shootings. But right now, there is not concrete evidence that shows if X, Y, and Z is done, a school shooting will never happen in a school, correct?
There's data to show that certain prevention strategies do prevent shootings, but if what you're saying is, I mean, we can't like randomize people and run experiments, so.
Right. I guess my point is that we have a ways to go on research and getting more information, collecting more data, and finding ways that we can intercept and stop shootings.
I would say the information we have is pretty good at this point. We just need to get it out there.
Okay. And when you're talking about getting the information out there, much of what you work on is getting this information into the hands of school officials, school administration, and people who work with students. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. The bulk of your the work you do is to help schools find ways to recognize leakage, to address a student's mental health needs or maybe just needs or whatever it's going to take and to help schools stop the shooting from taking place?
Schools and other practitioner groups, yes.
You do not do trainings that are where parents, solely for parents, to come and learn about leakage and learn about how to stop school shootings, correct?
I have done trainings just for parents, yes.
Okay, but the bulk of your work is on schools and school employees, is that fair to say?
No.
Okay, what is the bulk of your work then?
The bulk of the training that I do? Different practitioner groups, law enforcement, reporters. I do a lot of work with schools, but I wouldn't say it's the bulk, no.
Okay, so law enforcement, reporters, some of the parents can be a part of it. You're trying to target the classes of people that would have the contact with children to be able to make a difference. Is that fair to say?
Yes, anyone who has regular contact with young people.
Okay, and you did a study, a more recent study about experts being able to assess shooting threats. Is that correct?
Yes, it's currently under review.
Okay, so you did research to determine, one of the questions you're asking and trying to determine is, why aren't experts better at assessing school shooting threats, correct?
Yes, why are they inconsistent?
Okay, and one of the things that you found, so when you're dealing with this study, I'll say it as I understand it, but please stop me if I'm wrong. You surveyed 229 senior law enforcement officials and officers. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And those law enforcement officials and officers, they were people who are directly responsible to assess threats that could be in a school shooting. Is that correct?
Yes.
Or in a potential school shooting.
Yes.
And the research asked these senior level officials and officers to use a scale of 1 to 10 and look at materials and determine on a 1 to 10 level if it was to rate the severity of what they were seeing. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, for example, you would give them a drawing, you know, a hypothetical drawing that a student did, and then you ask all 229 people, rate this drawing on a scale of 1 to 10, how severe of a threat is this, correct?
Yes.
And one example is you guys had a drawing. It was a stick figure that was portraying a school shooting in a trash can. That was just one example of a material you used to give to these investigators and say, assess the risk, correct?
Correct.
And these trained senior law enforcement officials and officers scored the drawing, and on that one in particular, 62% of the experts rated the threat as low, correct?
Yes.
They scored it between a 1 and a 3 out of 10.
Yes.
And then only 27 of the 229 scored it as an 8 or higher, correct?
Yes.
So even trained senior law enforcement officials, there is not consistency among them when they look at a drawing or a piece of information to determine the risk level, correct?
If they look at that piece of information with no other context and without knowing anything about the student or anything about the situation, then that is correct. Yes.
Okay. And so there's also questions that need to be researched about how to weigh the severity of threats made on social media. That's something else to be considered, correct?
Yes.
And this study that you did shows that it highlights the dire need that we need to keep studying this and we need to come up with some guidelines, right?
Yes.
And that's a work in progress through today and into the future, correct?
Yes.
There was also another example in the study where there were photographs of classmates and it looked like there was either a gun or a heart emoji posted on Snapchat with the student's face, correct?
Yes.
And on that one, 45% of the experts assessed that to be a low threat, between a 1 and a 3, correct?
Yes.
And only 15 of the 229 rated it an 8 or higher.
Yes.
Okay, so again, there is not consistency even among highly trained, experienced officers on the risk level when it comes to looking at a piece of information.
Inconsistency on the risk level, but there was a lot more consistency in how they would respond and investigate.
Okay, and one of the benefits we have after, I guess a benefit, after a school shooting has taken place is the ability to look backwards at what could have been done, what should have been done, what wasn't done, correct?
It's true.
And unfortunately, there's no way to predict these things in advance. And let me be more specific. You don't have a checklist of the criteria of what makes a school shooter, correct?
Correct.
All of the factors you talked about in the database show there's many contributing factors that can be looked at, but there's not a profile of this is going to be somebody who should be on our radar as a school shooter.
There's no profile, but there is a pathway, and leakage being the most critical component of that pathway.
So I'm going to ask you, I'll turn to leakage. When you're talking
Thank you,
about
Jeannie,
leakage,
for your Cash App donation.
The drawing Ethan drew that's been admitted as I think Exhibit 5, those drawings were identified by you as leakage after the crime took place, correct?
Yes.
Now, if I had drawn those same drawings but did not commit a shooting in a school, it would not be considered leakage.
It would be considered leakage. It's any communication of intent to do harm.
Okay, so any communication of intent to do harm, including
It's all
times
leakage,
when
girl.
harm is not done, all counts.
Correct. That type of drawing would be something you would want to investigate and intervene with, regardless of what the intended outcome was going to be. Yes.
In putting together, in looking at the leakage though, part of your definition is that it goes to a third party, correct?
Yes.
We're not talking about documents that are hidden that only the shooter sees,
right.
Correct? And your testimony in this case was that there was a lot of leakage by the shooter.
Yes.
And two
Beth?
third parties.
That third parties were made aware of. Yes.
Okay. Now, when you looked at the materials, and I imagine they were provided from the prosecution.
Yes.
You looked through, I'm just going to go through some of the materials, okay?
Okay.
You looked through some of Ethan Crumbley's notebooks from home, correct?
Yes.
You have no knowledge of who saw the contents of that notebook.
I don't know.
So if we don't know who saw it, we don't know there was a third party, do you still consider it leakage?
Depends on where the notebook was left in the home.
Okay, so the notebooks from home, you have nothing to show that mom or dad saw those notebooks or wrote anything in those notebooks to Ethan about what he wrote, correct?
No.
There was a journal that Ethan wrote in, it looks like November of 2021. You have no information, and you said that was leakage, correct?
It was leakage because the evidence shows he was writing it in class, in public, in his house, right? It wasn't something he kept hidden.
You have no information, though, showing that that leakage was seen by Jennifer or James Crumbley, correct?
I don't.
But it was out.
There were
if they were paying attention to their kid, they would have seen it.
Saw between the shooter and a friend of his who's also a minor, so I'm not going to say his name. And certainly in those text messages, there was leakage where the shooter wrote out some of his plans, correct?
Yes.
And you have no evidence to show that James or Jennifer Crumbley ever saw those text messages, correct?
I don't know.
And when the shooter in this case says things,
welcome back, May,
to a third party, so for example to his friend, saying, I asked my mom and dad about blah, 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 going to a doctor or whatever, you don't know if that's a true statement that really happened, or if that's just something the shooter is saying to his friend on a text.
I only have the materials I reviewed.
Now, very early on in this case, you heard about the Oxford shooting right away as it happened, I imagine?
Yes.
And you wrote an op-ed piece very early on in the case about some of the distinctions between this case and other school shootings. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And the op-ed piece was actually written like the first week of December, so within about a week after the shooting took place.
Yes.
And at that point, had you been in touch with the prosecution regarding this case?
No.
In the op-ed piece you wrote, one of the items that you seem firm on is that you believe that Ethan was given access to the gun by his parents. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And
they wanted to be Ethan's buddy.
In your report, some of your opinions rely on the fact that you believe
Welcome back, Robin.
that Ethan was given access.
Can we follow the shooter?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I know it's an inadvertent.
Okay. That the shooter was given access to the gun by his parents.
For the op-ed, I was relying on previously published news accounts of what had happened. So those accounts are linked within the op-ed. And for the reports, it references the Instagram posts and things that I relied on. Yes.
Okay. And one of the... You would agree with me that sometimes the news, God bless them, does not accurately report what's happening in a case or accurately report the details of a crime, things like that, correct?
Not 100% of the time, right.
Okay. And that's actually one of the limitations, even in your work in compiling the database, is that you have to rely on information given to you by other people that you can't always independently verify, correct?
We triangulate sources with firsthand and primary sources whenever we can, but yes, there's cases where we do use secondary sources.
And in, for example, one of your published studies about the communication of intent to do harm before a mass shooting, you identify the limitations of your study, correct?
Yes, that's a required part of the peer review process.
And part of the limitations in what you rely on include things like there's room for bias. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that if the initial information you were presented showed that Jennifer and James, or led you to believe Jennifer and James Crumbley gave the shooter the gun, we can agree that would create some bias in your mind about these parents.
I guess I was relying on the evidence that I was provided in the report.
In the limitations section of your article, you note that there's sometimes misinformation because the source data was originally gathered for purposes different from our own. So the database that you have right now, some of the data in there was derived from databases that were created for other reasons. Is that correct?
Yes, which is standard practice in our field.
And there were situations where you write it's possible there was leakage, but information was not made publicly available for you to be able to look at.
Yes.
And in trying to look at the database and create it and compile it, there's times where you hit some roadblocks like HIPAA getting in the way of getting medical records and things like that, correct?
Yes.
And it's also difficult when we talk about HIPAA to get mental health services information because the mental health services a perpetrator may have might be related to the shooting or it might be related to something else, correct?
Yes.
So there's some question about, there's some room for parts of the database that we cannot say are 100% reliable.
That's true of all research in this area, but yes, we used as many sources as we could find.
These nuts.
In your book, there's an example about a kid who got a pie from someone. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. So my understanding is there was someone who was planning to commit a mass shooting. Is that correct?
Yes.
And they had a friend who was making a pie for them.
Yes.
And they claimed that because somebody cared about them and was making the pie for them, that stopped them from committing the shooting, correct?
Yes, it gave them hope and got them through their crisis point.
Okay.
A pie?
And part of what you hope to see is administrators, school officials, helping students get through their crisis point as a means to block and stop a mass shooting from happening, a school shooting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When it comes to the example with the pie, we don't have any independent facts showing that this person had the plans and the gun and the materials and all of the things to truly commit the shooting, correct?
That's a first-hand account, so we just have his first-hand account.
Okay, so his first-hand account could be true, that this idea somebody made him a pie stopped him from shooting, or it could be a feel-good story that he tells. Is that a fair statement?
I mean, in terms of collecting interview data and analyzing it for kind of social science purposes, yes, you would try to triangulate that with independent sources if you could.
And that pie example is one of the ones you use to show that sometimes it's little actions that can help stop a shooting. But that example, we don't really have much information about it to show that a pie is going to stop every shooter, correct?
That is one anecdote in the book. There are others, yes.
At the end of the day, every shooter is different and has a different background and different plans. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there is no recipe for us to put in place to guarantee that we're going to be able to prevent future shootings.
I would say there is a recipe we could put in place.
There's a recipe we could put in place and hopefully minimize it, but we don't have any proof yet that this is definitely going to work. It's going to stop all school shootings. But there was a lot of leakage. Now, one of the things that does make a big difference is when there's kind of an intervention or law enforcement becomes involved in finding out there's plans in the works for a school shooting. Is that a fair? That's a horrible question. Okay, let me back up. Okay, on Monday of this week, there was a school shooting in St. Louis. Are you familiar with that
JB,
school shooting?
You have to stand down.
I read just the news coverage. I haven't studied it.
Okay, in that school shooting, the police had the gun the week before. Are you aware of that?
I read that in an article.
Are you aware that the shooter in that case had been committed, had a mental health commitment prior to the shooting?
That is not a case I've studied, I'm afraid.
Okay. I guess the bottom line of what I'm asking you is, even sometimes when there are interventions and things done, a school shooting can still happen.
JB, you have to stand down.
We're talking about that case. I haven't studied it.
Okay. The Parkland shooter. You've studied the Parkland shooter.
Yes.
He's part of the book.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We can agree he was on the FBI radar prior to the shooting.
Yes.
And with him being on the FBI radar, he was still able and did commit a violent shooting.
Correct. There was a lot of missed warning signs in that case.
With the database that you have prepared, you have already added Ethan Crumbley to the database.
Yes.
And one of the check marks that Ethan Crumbley is checked off on is that he was neglected as a child. Are you aware of that?
I wasn't one of the original coders, so no.
Okay.
I'd have to look at the data.
So, in terms of what data would support that Ethan Crumbley was neglected as a child,
Judge again.
if you know?
Yeah, I don't want to get. I know it's hard to avoid. Please don't.
JB, you have to stand down.
Okay.
Thank you. I think I think it's upsetting for the victims.
I apologize to them and to the whole court. I'm not trying.
I know you don't mean it. I know you don't mean it.
That case was coded by 2 independent coders using publicly available information, so I'd have to gather the source files. But we know that the best data about each case doesn't become available until sort of 2 or 3 years later, oftentimes, when FBI reports and things are released, so that's when we go back and we make sure we're revising the data.
Okay, so the data is always subject to be revised when you have more information down the road as things continue.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that one person, I know you have 2 coders, but if there has never been a history of abuse or neglect, police phone calls, things like that, one person's opinion about whether Ethan was neglected could be different than another person's. Is that a fair statement?
No, it's based on data, which 2 people code and then a 3rd person checks.
Okay, and specifically in this case with the shooter, you don't have an awareness of what data was used to make that conclusion.
I don't know.
Trying to see if I have anything else. But there was a lot of leakage. In your work, interviewing people who were related to other mass shooters, have you interviewed any persons who said, I knew the shooting was going to happen, or I knew the perpetrator was going to commit this school shooting?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Have you had any people who know these perpetrators say, I knew he was going to do this before he did it?
Oh, I see. Interviewed people who have said, I was very worried, but not that said, I knew a school shooting was going to happen on this day.
Okay. And in any of those cases that you have looked into with the perpetrators, and I know you said there's only 30 alive, and so it makes it difficult because some are not here any longer. Are there any cases where parents were criminally charged in connection with the perpetrators in your database?
Yes. Not with manslaughter, I don't believe.
Okay. Not with manslaughter, but what crimes?
I believe
there was leakage.
For a minor.
Okay. Outside of buying a gun for a minor or violations of state safe storage laws in states that have those, you have not had experience working on cases aside from this one where parents are accused of involuntary manslaughter for the actions of their child?
No.
Okay. I have nothing further at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Lehman?
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Peterson, I'm going to go back a little bit in your direct testimony with Mr. Keast. You testified, and I'm going to paraphrase what you said, but you testified that you wanted your database and your book and your various studies to be publicly available. Is that right?
Yes.
And the reason that you wanted them to be publicly available was because you wanted to, I believe you said, make a difference.
Yes.
And in making a difference, you wanted to educate people.
Yes.
And you wanted to educate people on what you have identified as the various steps in the pathway to violence.
Yes.
Now, it's your understanding, based on your studies and based on your reviews, that the majority of people don't know what the steps are on the pathway to violence.
True. Yes.
And in this case in particular, you haven't reviewed anything. Ms. Smith went over what you reviewed to write your report. You haven't reviewed anything, weren't provided any information that James or Jennifer Crumbley had ever been advised on what the steps on the pathway to violence are. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Did I ask them to do that?
To your knowledge, you don't know that they're even aware of what the pathway to violence is.
Yes.
So it's fair to say that even though you have found that there was a crisis point, you identified, I believe, 2 crisis points with the shooter in this case, you identified that there was leakage in this case, in your opinion. You wouldn't be able to testify that either James nor Jennifer Crumbley knew what those things were, that there were crisis points or that there was leakage and that they should intervene. Is that fair?
I don't think you have to know the term leakage to see leakage and be concerned.
But a common person wouldn't know what those things are or that there was a need to intervene.
A common person seeing that math drawing, I guess I disagree.
Okay, a common person wouldn't know that that's leakage.
They would know that it's cause for intervention and concern, I would think.
So they might know that it's a problem, but they wouldn't know that it's leakage, that there would be a mass shooting.
They wouldn't know that it was the term leakage, no.
You testified with, on your cross-examination with Ms. Smith, and I believe also with Mr. Keast, that the data in this case that you compiled and that the Violence Project compiled was based on publicly available data.
Sure.
And specific to this case, you wrote your report, and I believe Ms. Smith asked about an op-ed that you wrote based on what was publicly available.
This report, no.
I'm sorry, this report was based on what the prosecution provided to you.
Correct.
Your opinion that you wrote shortly after the shooting in this case was based on what was publicly available.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that what was publicly available would be what you find on the internet?
No, things that are published in reputable sources.
Okay. So we talked about media reports.
Correct.
And that would also be interviews that you observe?
Correct.
Interviews with the prosecutor?
If it was reported in the media, yes.
In the purpose of your research, I think you said that you started with mitigation in the New York Defender's Office and mitigating cases involving the death penalty.
Right. Yes.
And then you moved in 2017. Your path kind of I don't want to say it moved around, but it evolved.
Yes.
And you chose to focus on how to intervene to prevent mass shootings.
Yes.
And that began in 2017.
Yes.
Okay. And so the purpose of your research and your studies since 2017 has been to identify ways to prevent a mass shooting.
Yes.
And I think we covered this a minute ago, and one of the ways that you believe you can prevent mass shootings is by educating the masses.
Yes.
And I believe you testified with Ms. Smith that the majority of your education of the masses that you've done personally has been with law enforcement officials, right? And school officials, school administration, people of that nature. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. You testified that you have done some trainings with parents, right?
Yes.
You didn't train James or Jennifer Crumbley, is that right?
Not that I'm aware.
You haven't reviewed anything in this case, and it's also fair to say you didn't interview a shooter in this case.
No.
You weren't able to independently verify any of the information that was provided to you by the prosecutor's office.
The evidence that was provided to me?
Correct.
Correct.
So you didn't interview anyone to determine whether or not what was provided to you or what's been said about this case was actually accurate?
No, I didn't have that opportunity.
JB, it's you have to stand down.
And I don't recall if I asked you this, and if I did, I apologize. You haven't been provided any information that James or Jennifer Crumbley would know how to identify any of the steps on what you've identified as the pathway to violence.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Okay. You haven't been provided any information that James or Jennifer Crumbley, I'll take it a step back, know what the pathway to violence is.
Yes.
That's accurate. You don't?
Accurate.
Okay. And you don't know that they know that there are steps to the pathway to violence?
Correct.
And you don't know whether they were able to identify any of those steps?
Correct.
You acknowledge, I believe you acknowledge with Ms. Smith that there were others who may have been made aware of what the shooter had been planning.
Yes.
Okay, and that would be a friend, correct?
Yes.
And there were school officials.
But there was a lot of leakage.
A number of people who you were able to identify who actually did know what the shooter was planning.
I don't know if they knew what he was planning, but who saw the leakage.
Who saw the leakage. And is it fair to say that, and you may not be able to answer this, but in this day and age, in the age of what you have identified as a prevalence of mass shootings, and I think we agree that there is a prevalence of mass shootings, that school officials, teachers, law enforcement officials, those are people who are more readily able to identify things such as leakage or crisis points or things of that nature. Is that a fair statement?
As compared to
the general public and lay people who have never had?
I would say as compared to family and people close to the shooter, no. But compared to lay people with no training, yes.
It's also fair to say that
You're what the French call les incompetents.
During your research or your studies or even the review in this case, everything is done in hindsight.
Yes.
And it's fair to say a lot easier to identify things in hindsight than when they're actually occurring. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Judge. You were asked if any other parents in your study have been charged with any crimes in relation to mass or school shootings. Remember that question?
I do.
And you thought that perhaps no other parents in the country were charged with involuntary manslaughter in the circumstance.
Yes.
Okay. What's different about this case?
The differences in this case are the sheer volume of leakage, the fact that the parents were called to the school and made aware of the leakage the day of the shooting, and the fact that, as far as the evidence I've reviewed, they knew that the perpetrator had access to an unsecured weapon.
Now, it's fair to say that anyone can prevent a mass shooting. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. We're not talking about predict. We're talking about prevention.
Correct.
Okay. You were asked about that study of 229 law enforcement officials who were shown certain documents and then asked if this tells them a school shooting is going to occur. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that those individuals were shown pieces of leakage in a vacuum?
Exactly.
Okay. What do I mean by that?
It means they saw that piece of leakage and they had no context about the person who made the leakage, their background, their circumstances, their access to weapons. We actually got a lot of pushback from the people involved in that study because they wanted more information to be able to evaluate it.
Okay. So just as your last answer, one of your last answers in the cross-examination was that people close to a shooter, family or friends who have the ability to detect crisis point and leakage, those are the people in the best position to prevent a mass shooting. Would it be true that seeing a piece of leakage in a vacuum doesn't really do a lot of good?
Right. You need to gather as much information as possible, and the people closest to the perpetrator are going to have the most information.
But even those exhibits 4 and 5, even if you just saw that exhibit in a vacuum, does that indicate something that should be done next to you?
You know, looking at this specific piece of leakage in a vacuum, I would say this would be high risk in any circumstance.
So when you look at that exhibit in particular, if there is somebody to view that particular exhibit who also knows that the person who drew that picture has a firearm that looks identical to that firearm, who also begged for that firearm, who knows how to use that firearm, and received that firearm just 4 days prior, that's information only known to that person, correct?
Correct.
So that's all information in a context would be pretty important to you.
Yes.
Okay, and you don't need to actually understand the definition of crisis point or the definition of leakage to know it's time to intervene.
Yes.
Okay, so you're not going to testify that you need a PhD to stop a school shooting, right?
No.
Why?
Anyone can stop a school shooting. If we see leakage, if we know there's access to a weapon, if we know that a young person is in crisis, that's the time to intervene.
Now, you were asked about how you gather your data and how the Violence Project was formed, and it relied in part on open sources.
Yes.
Okay, and tell me about the practice of using open sources in studies such as mass shooting prevention.
Open sources are a very common methodology to use. And in fact, there's been studies to show that open sources are sometimes more reliable than FBI files just because of what actually ends up getting reported. So there's limitations to open sources, but the goal is triangulation. So you take as many pieces of information as you can coming from a combination of primary and secondary sources and try to make sure whatever you're reporting is valid from a number of different sources.
Okay, and the fact that mass shootings, in particular school shootings, are very heavily reported, does that give you a little bit of reassurance when you look at a media report?
Yes, so one of the reasons we chose 4 or more people killed is because those are the shootings that get a lot of media coverage, so you can get a lot of information.
In the Violence Project database, you indicated that you may enter an event, but you go back and you check the data over the next 2 or 3 years.
Yes, we know that the best data comes 2 or 3 years down the line after a trial has come out or after an FBI investigation. So we do continually update the data.
Now, you were asked a question about the antidote in your book regarding a potential school shooter who was given a pie, and that small act of kindness, that changed that pathway to violence.
Yes.
So it's your research, your findings, that even something small can prevent a school shooting?
Yes.
Especially if somebody knew about Crisis Point?
Yes.
And knew what was going on in that person's life?
Yes.
Nothing further. Pieces of leakage in a...
I usually would not allow recross, but if you have any remaining questions, I would allow that.
No, Your Honor, I do not. Thank you.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Thank you. Does anybody need a break before you ask for clients? Does anybody need a break before?
Yeah. Okay, let me just get a quick bathroom break for them.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to ask everybody to remain seated, please. All right. We're going to take a brief recess, kind of 15 minutes, okay? Is there one, there's one more witness, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're not calling.
Correct, Your Honor.
All right, so court will be in recess for about 10 or 15 minutes, all right?
Thank you, Judge. All right, I'm sorry. Should we wait for her?
Oh, you're good. I just wanted to
Do you want,
make sure.
or should we sit here?
You're good. I just wanted to...
Pieces of leakage in a...
Leakage, and that
leakage.
There was a lot of leakage. There was leakage.
Pieces of leakage in a... No, actually, you might hang out. Of course I don't.
leakage.
Pieces of leakage in a
There was a lot of leakage.
JB, it's we have to stand down.
I was muted, roly-poly.
Objection! Roly-poly, daddy's little fatty. Daddy's gonna be a man someday.
That was leakage. When I'm muted, that's my leakage. So when you see leakage, let me know. Thank you. I had a little bit of leakage. Hey, Big W. Cody, thanks. You guys hear the courtroom. You weren't hearing me. You were hearing the courtroom. Roly-poly. Okay, so seriously, my question here is, what exactly are they going to... what are they going to figure out today? Thank you, May. May says, good job, Jay. I think May secretly really likes J is for Justice. I think May just likes giving J is for Justice a hard time. What do you guys think? May's good people. May is good people. All right, let's see if we can fix this lighting a little bit. My question is, though... Well, you guys should hear me now. You guys should definitely hear me now. Alexis says that is a big cup of coffee. You're definitely going to have leakage. Okay. Yeah, you're just on a little bit of a lag. May, thank you for supporting the stream so much today. Yeah, happy Friday, by the way. This is a big cup of coffee. This is my third one. What, May? She said, Jay, guess what? I know, May is my #1 fan. But May thinks that I look pregnant. This lighting is driving me nuts. Roly-poly. The parents should have known, Marie. Okay, hey, if you guys can get... It's not fresh? What's not fresh? My coffee is, I just got it. Hey, Hillary. You guys get your votes in the kitty name. We are neck and neck. Emmy and Justice are neck and neck. 51% for Emmy and 49 for Justice. And then we have 623 votes in on this one. So we need more votes. We need to get this straightened out. Kind of like my lighting. I need a lighting specialist, for real. We don't know when their actual trial is going to be. So their trial was supposed to be in January, and they're trying to get all the text messages that Ethan sent his friend and all that stuff thrown out. So it was denied. So then they actually sent it then to the Supreme Court of Michigan. So who knows what in the hell, how that's, how long that's going to take for the Supreme Court to rule on it. So they're just buying their time. And in the meantime, Ethan threw him under the... Ooh, I just spilled coffee. Shit. Ethan threw him under the bus. Shit. Hang on, I got to go get a towel. I just had major leakage all over my desk. I love it when I see the replay on my TV and I look like such an idiot. At least I didn't get it on any electronics. Roly-poly. I gotta clean my leakage up. Hold on. I had too much caffeine today. I was going to look up the Daubert hearing. So a Daubert hearing, we're going to read about that in a second. I've got it pulled up. There's 5 Daubert factors. So a Daubert hearing permits the parties to examine the challenged expert in open court to develop his or her testimony for purposes of evaluating its admissibility. Does that make sense? So they're going to hear what these experts are going to be testifying, and they're going to be able to determine if they are going to argue that it's admissible or not. So I'm thinking they're not wanting leakage admissible. So I think that the objection sisters are definitely going to be like, leakage, we don't want it. So they're going to want to get rid of her or the leakage testimony. Because this whole case is based on leakage. The entire thing is based on leakage, is it not? Hunting camp. Oh, it's that time of year, isn't it, Angie? I remember Michigan, like all the hunting wives, the widows' parties, or whatever they call them. Army Mom of 2 says, my opinion is the parents need to be held accountable because they clearly knew their son needed help. And not only did they know he needed help and ignored him, but they bought him a gun. Ethan testified that Mr. James Crumbley allowed his son to give him money to go purchase it. So James is a piece of shit. That's for sure. This courtroom is buzzing. Yeah, we need to buy we need to buy these objection sisters some Depends. Poise.
You're what the French call les incompetents.
And May, it wasn't nice of you to make fun of how I look.
I'm gonna have to
in the beginning. You shouldn't do that to people.
I'm so sorry.
I'm just saying, like, I love you, May, but don't make fun of people's looks. It's hurtful to people. Although we can pick on the objection sisters. They're fair game. All right, so a Daubert hearing. Let's mute. It'd be one thing if they were showing us the courtroom so we could see who's talking. Oh, they're having a little powwow. She's like, did you see that shiz on YouTube? Like, this girl is playing the leakage over and over. Okay, the 5 Daubert factors are whether the theory or technique in question can be and has been tested, whether it has been subjected to peer review and publication, and hold on. This is like really detailed. So what they're arguing is an expert's qualifications, an expert's methods, and the science relied upon. It says when it comes to surviving a Daubert challenge, the best defense is a good offense. That means when you're choosing your expert, keep in mind the potential for a Daubert challenge from the very beginning. The best way to do this is to look for expert witnesses whose work will fit the requirements laid out by the Daubert rule. Overall, throughout the entire Daubert process, it is important to remember the goal. And the goal is to establish the relevance and reliability of your expert's testimony. There are benefits to your client and your case even if you lose a Daubert challenge. Many judges are loath to keep out expert testimony. Consequently, your judge may rule your challenge goes to weight, not admissibility. Okay, so the Daubert hearing is a trial judge's evaluation of whether or not an expert's testimony and evidence are admissible. Daubert hearings occur when the validity of an expert's testimony is challenged due to the methodology used to form their opinion. Is that a word? Daubert hearings are conducted out of the jury's presence and are usually based on a motion in limine, which occurs before the trial begins. The hearing determines which evidence or testimony will be presented to the jury. Daubert hearings are not required for a determination that dictates whether expert testimony will be excluded or admitted. Any method of review is permitted so long as the court performs an evaluation with a sufficient record for appellate review and articulates the reasons for the decision. However, Daubert challenges are important. If granted, they guarantee that the court will extensively review the admissibility requirements of Federal Rule of Evidence 702. Therefore, it is essential to properly identify when a Daubert challenge is needed. A hearing occurs before a judge and prior to trial. If the judge finds that an expert does not rise to the level of expertise required, then that testimony will be excluded from being admitted at trial. So the judge can make or break this. The trial judge has the ultimate say on the extent of the Daubert challenge. Most have previously ruled on Daubert motions, so it helps to investigate the judge's record and determine if there is a correlation between the judge granting or denying Daubert motions. By educating yourself on the judge's record, you can craft your motion to reflect the considerations that your particular judge cites when determining expert admissibility. So I think the objection sisters are challenging their experts. So does that make sense? A little bit? We're still at Emmy at 51% and Justice at 49%. I'm going to end it when we get to 650 votes. 3 more votes. Welcome to the jungle, Linda. Thank you guys for donating today. We've been live now, I don't know, since 8:30, so 3 hours. I agree, Army Mom, and there was so much of that. Who's upset? No one in my chat can be upset. This is even though we followed nasty crimes and nasty people that do nasty things, we are nice here. We're funny. We're nice. We compliment each other. We build each other up. We don't break each other down. Oh, we're at 6:51. Thanks, guys, for voting. Let's go ahead and end it. Emmy, just by a hair. Ain't hurty. Ain't hurty, May. Emmy by a hair. Okay, so our next one is going to be Emmy versus Gabby. So start thinking about that one. Emmy versus Gabby. Or Gabby. Gabrielle. They don't necessarily stop monetization. What it really is they limit your monetization. So when you're a creator and you monetize your videos, you get like there's a dollar sign on YouTube next to it. Oh, we got the jingle. It turns green if it's monetized. It turns yellow if it's limited. And mine are always yellow because of the content. Thank you guys for helping out. Like literally, I haven't even made enough this month to pay my bills. Like, I'm not joking. People think that there's a lot of money made on here for ads, and there's not. Not in true crime, anyways. Maybe if I start putting on makeup and wearing see-through tank tops or some shit. Megs, that would be cute. I just don't want people to think that I'm like naming my animals after deceased victims, because that's the two, Bella and Summer, just would they happen before that? Please. Anyone actually think, where is CEO? Where is Mr. CEO? Troublemaker CEO. Yucky. Hey, Yucky. I don't know how to make money on Rumble. It does, I see you. It should just put my address in. All right, we're back in court. I see you. If you want to email me, I can, or there's an address in the description of the video. Thank you so much for wanting to help the kitties. And thank you, Meech Money. McAfee, that'd be cute. And I could get her a shit hammock. Well, tell Jessie her name got a lot of votes. I didn't see CEO. Oh yeah, he's getting mad at me. So he's probably on strike from Jay is for Justice. And Meech Money, I'm so glad to have you. You guys, we're almost halfway to our goal for the day. And if we meet our goal, I'll do it. Ask Me Anything live. Tonight even. We can't, May. We can't listen to music. We get struck over here. I can play this for you, though.
Roly-poly, Daddy's little Betty. Betty's gonna
Put
be
you
a
behind
man
bars at the Morsino
someday.
Motel. And we are coming for you.
McNo.
Our Pharaoh system, which can analyze a crime scene and save hours and hours of man hours.
I apologize. I know why the sound bites are so loud. because their audio is so low, I had to supplement it with some gain. So it's got a lot of gain to it, so I apologize. CEO would be stubborn and not send money. Yeah, you're right, Megs. He would. He would totally put me on strike.
Like, what the fuck is this? And everybody's like, what the fuck is this?
Who likes Joe Rogan in the house? Put a 1 in chat if you dig yourself some Joe Rogan podcasts. Put a 1 in chat. He has the most interesting guests. Ooh, Ronnie. May, do I need to pull up a picture of me and Ronnie? Oh, wow, Serge. I have Rumble. Everything I do uploads to Rumble, but I have no idea how it works. I actually pay $10 a month to have my stuff on Rumble. I pay them to have my shiz on there. Ooh, Lisa, 4 1s. Smokahannes. Hey, Smokahannes. Who's Joe Rogan?
Who knows?
I flashed and said, wow, pretty far out. I thought it was pretty far out.
We like potato on lots of gain, don't we? Excuse me? Okay, Franklin, you're a little out of line with that one. See, and I thought you were cool. Like, why you gotta be like that and say nasty stuff about people that aren't even here? Don't do that again, Franklin. That's your warning. Don't talk about 70-year-old men like that. That's just nasty to do. What's up, Snow?
Blobbering. But
Smoke a Ronnie. A picture equals having sex with someone, Franklin? Do you have sex with everybody that you have pictures with? Asking for a friend. Just saying. That's pretty gross. For many reasons.
JB, it's we have to stand down.
Thank you, May May. Shamay May. Yes, they're gazing lovingly into each other's eyes. I miss you, baby. I'm so sorry I had that affair on you. There is a lot of drama out there. Okay, Rose, you can help me. Yeah, look at all the deputies. Order in the court. Oh, jeez. They were in the ladies' room with each other, taking care of their leakage.
You're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Snow, there's a lot of leakage today, just FYI. Be prepared. Get a rag.
Leakage.
There was a lot of leakage.
And that
Pieces of leakage in a...
There was leakage.
Love is in the air. Everywhere you look around. Play some. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Let's make love tonight. We can't. Because we're in ourselves.
Jennifer Crumbley, case number 222799990FH, calling People vs. James Crumbley. Case number 222799899FH.
Karen McDonald on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Mark Keast on behalf of the people.
David Williams on behalf of the people.
Whoa. Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley.
Good morning, Your Honor. Marielle Lincoln on behalf of James Crumbley.
Good morning. Who's the next witness?
Your Honor, we call Dr. Dewey Cornell.
JB, it's you have to stand down.
Holy.
Good morning, Doctor. Good morning. Could you raise your hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give is the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Seated. Can you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Dewey Cornell, DEWEY, CORNELL.
Dewey Cornell. Welcome, Dewey. Sorry about that.
Good morning, Dr. Cornell.
Good morning.
Dr. Cornell, how are you currently employed?
I'm a professor at the University of Virginia.
And you know that you're here today to testify regarding your knowledge and expertise in mass shootings.
Yes.
Before we go over your CV, I want to get right to the heart of your testimony and the reason we're calling you as a witness. As a general rule, are mass shootings impulsive or planned?
Planned.
And are you aware of any school mass shootings that fall outside that general rule?
No.
You're not aware of a single mass school shooting that was not planned?
Correct.
Do mass shooters in general and school shooters in particular exhibit warning signs?
Yes.
Do they leak their intentions or plans?
Usually.
And are those warning signs or leaked intentions subtle? Do they require a PhD to recognize them or a microscope?
No.
Are mass shootings preventable?
Yes.
Dr. Cornell, I want to hand you a copy of your curriculum vitae.
I have a copy.
Got one with you? Thank you. Exhibit 4. There's this Exhibit 3 in the binder with its admission has been stipulated. Dr. Cornell, is that your CV?
Yes, it is.
All right, I want to briefly review that with you. Doctor, where did you receive your graduate degrees?
I attended the University of Michigan and obtained my master's and PhD there.
U of M grad.
And Doctor, you said you're currently employed at the University of Virginia. In fact, did you have some employment during your time at the University of Michigan?
Yes, at the University of Michigan, I had training at several psychiatric and psychological clinics.
And upon finishing your postdoctoral work there, did you go work for the Center for Forensic Psychiatry?
Yeah.
Can you briefly?
I was employed at the Michigan Center for Forensic Psychiatry, where I received additional training in forensic clinical psychology.
And Doctor, do you have current licensing?
Yes, I'm currently licensed in the state of Virginia as a clinical psychologist.
And you were licensed in Michigan as a certified forensic examiner, correct?
As a forensic examiner and also at the time as a clinical psychologist.
Doctor, you on page 1, and I think at the bottom of page 1, you list your memberships in certain associations. If you could just go through the most relevant of those.
Well, the American Psychological Association, the American Educational Research Association, the American Society of Criminology, and the Association of Threat Assessment Professionals, and some others.
Okay. You've been a member of the Association of Threat Assessment for Professionals since 2014?
Yes.
Doctor, you published extensively, is that correct?
Yes.
You list roughly 180 peer-reviewed articles that have been published?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that the focus of your work is prevention?
Yes.
And your specialty is school threat assessment?
My specialty is school threat assessment and prevention of youth violence.
Have you ever testified in court before?
Yes.
How often?
Well, when I worked in Michigan, I testified fairly often. When I moved to Virginia, I testified much less frequently. I don't think I've testified in the last 5 years.
In the case where you've testified, were those criminal cases or civil cases or both?
Mostly criminal cases.
And beyond testifying, have you consulted in criminal cases?
Yes.
And in those criminal cases, in some instances, were you consulted by the defense?
Yes.
And in others by the prosecution?
Yes.
Welcome, Robin.
Give the court a rough proportion of defense versus prosecution?
Well, primarily in Michigan, I testified primarily for the prosecution because of the nature of the cases. In my work in Virginia, where I testify much less often, I testified primarily for the defense.
Okay. So, Doctor, you don't favor one side or the other?
No.
Your research and publication has focused on youth violence, school violence, and threat assessment. Do you consider yourself an expert in those areas?
Yes.
And how many years have you worked in those areas?
I began studying youth violence approximately 40 years ago. I began studying threat assessment approximately 20 years ago.
Huge
Was there something 40 years ago that sort of put you on this path?
Judy,
yes.
For
Can
their
you describe
PayPal
that for the
donations.
court?
Thank you, guys.
Well, when I worked as a forensic examiner, I conducted evaluations of criminal defendants charged with violent crimes. I studied a number of juveniles who were charged with homicide. And in every case, it was profoundly evident to me that those crimes could have been prevented, that there are things that could have been done to steer the young person away from violence. And that convinced me of the need to begin a program of research on youth violence and youth violence prevention.
Doctor, what we term mass shooters and school shooters, those are a subset of the youth violence that you study?
Yes.
Do you have experience evaluating mass shootings? I'm sorry, school mass shootings?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the literature?
Yes.
Have you conducted research?
Yes.
And have you published numerous papers in the field of youth violence, including school mass shootings?
Yes.
Mike,
And in terms of youth violence, those are at least dozens of peer-reviewed articles?
Yes.
On your CV, those are referred to as refereed. Is that the same as peer-reviewed?
Yes.
And you've also served as a referee or peer reviewer for articles in this field, correct?
Many times.
In fact, Doctor, there's a journal dedicated solely to school violence. It's called the Journal of School Violence.
Yes.
And you've published peer-reviewed papers in that journal?
Yes.
And you've refereed papers in that journal?
Yes.
And in fact, you've been on the board of the Journal of School Violence since its inception?
Yes.
And that was 20 years ago?
Yes.
Have you testified in front of Congress?
Yes.
When?
I've testified on multiple occasions. Starting in 1999, I testified after the Columbine shooting about the prevention of school shootings. I testified in 2007 after the Virginia Tech shooting about the use of threat assessment as a way to prevent violence. And then I testified in a couple of hearings in 2018 following the Parkland shooting, again about the ability to prevent school shootings.
Doctor, what's the NIJ?
National Institute of Justice.
And have you ever been awarded an NIJ research grant?
Yes.
And are NIJ research grants competitive?
Yes, they are.
Would you describe them as very competitive?
Extremely competitive.
And you've successfully applied for those?
Yes.
And do you view the NIJ grant process as a significant vetting?
Yes.
Can you describe for the court how that process works?
So you have a very detailed, extensive application to prepare to demonstrate the scientific rigor and standards and accomplishments of the project that you propose. That proposal is reviewed by a panel of carefully chosen experts in the field. They score it on a number of categories. They review dozens, if not hundreds, of proposals, and they take the very highest scoring proposals for funding.
Doctor, do you have a rough idea of the percentage of NIJ research grant applications that are actually funded?
It's a small percentage. It probably varies from one competition to the next, but generally less than 10%.
So would you characterize that as a mark of high esteem in your field to have your research grant proposal peer-reviewed and scored, and to score high enough to get one of those grants?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the Violence Project database?
Yes.
Can you briefly describe to the court what that database consists of?
Well, this is a database that was constructed by two researchers who looked at all of the mass shootings since 1996, or 1966, I should say, and they used open sources, available information, to code those cases on a series of variables, about 150 or 200 variables, so that they could detect statistical patterns or consistencies across mass shooting cases.
Doctor, you indicated that database, the data comes from public sources. Is that uncommon?
No, it's not uncommon.
Is that a method used to compile the data in other databases, including mass shooting databases?
Particularly in gun violence, whether it's mass shootings or other types of gun violence, a number of organizations such as the FBI, the Secret Service, Homeland Security, a number of nonprofit corporations and other researchers use that approach.
And so that's a legitimate, accepted way to gather data.
It is an accepted way.
And is that data valuable in the field?
It can be valuable, yes.
Doctor, I understand your experience and expertise is much broader to this, but we're talking about these specific issues. That is whether mass shooters give signs that they're going to commit a violent act. Do they do that?
Yes, they do.
That there is a temporal element, sometimes referred to as a pathway, and there are opportunities to intervene on that pathway.
Yes.
In common parlance, these are not impulsive acts. Shooters don't just snap, and that mass shootings are preventable.
Correct.
Can you briefly describe this concept of the pathway to violence?
So the pathway to violence is a concept that was made well known by Weston and Calhoun, and those are researchers in the threat assessment field. And it refers to the idea that mass shootings and targeted violence in general is not something that happens spontaneously or suddenly. That in fact the individuals over a period of time engage in behaviors that make their intentions known to others, that there are stages along this pathway, and at those stages there's opportunities for intervention to prevent the violence from taking place.
And is the presence of that pathway throughout the mass shooting research, is that well established?
Yes.
Is there any doubt about it?
No.
Doctor, if someone said that there is no common misconception about shooters just snapping, what would you say to that?
I would say that's wrong.
Okay, how pervasive is that misconception?
In my experience, it's quite pervasive.
Can you give us an example, a high-profile example that you talked to me about?
Yes, well, when I testified at a congressional hearing following the Virginia Tech shooting, I was encountered a member of Congress who asserted quite angrily that violence was unpredictable, and because it was unpredictable, there was nothing that we could do to prevent it.
And in fact, is that true?
Well, that's quite the opposite of what my work has been about and the position that I was presenting at the hearing.
And so is it fair to say that you deal with that misconception all the time, right? From lay people up through legislators and law enforcement?
It's an established part of our training program, and we deal with it every week.
What up, May? I'm still here. Roberta.
When you testified in Congress, what was your main message? Our main message is that school shootings and college as well as school shootings could be prevented through an appropriate threat assessment.
I went through your CV and the word prevention or a variation of that appears 173 times. Does that sound about right?
I was surprised to hear that, but I think it's probably correct.
All right. And you specialize in school threat assessment.
That's right.
And the whole field is premised on the idea that, in fact, these events can be prevented.
Yes.
And in fact, Doctor, if mass shooters really just snap, you've wasted the last 40 years of your career.
I don't think that's the case.
I understand, and it hasn't been a waste of time, has it?
No.
Mass shootings have been averted, haven't they?
Yes, they have.
You talked a minute ago about the congressman. Is there a difference between prediction and prevention?
Yes.
And in explaining this to me, you talked about an example about lightning. Can you describe that for the court?
Oh, sure. We can't predict where lightning will strike, but we know that we don't want to get in a swimming pool during a storm. We know that we don't want our kids to get in the swimming pool during the storm. So you can avoid something that you can't really predict.
All right. So you have an unpredictable event, but there are warning signs leading up to it. Dark clouds, lightning in the distance, right?
Yes.
You have heightened risk.
Yes.
And there are common sense steps you can take to avoid that risk, to mitigate that risk, to prevent harm. Like just get out of the pool.
Correct.
Just get out of the pool. There's leakage.
Does a threat assessment include things like access to a gun?
Yes.
Proficiency with a gun?
Yes.
Obsession or fascination with guns?
Yes.
The loss of friends or pets?
Yes.
When we talk about warning signs, is context important?
Context is essential.
Okay, you give me an example about that also. Can you describe for the court?
Oh, so if you take a drawing or statement or individual behavior, it can mean very different things in different contexts. I often use the example that a child will say, "I'm going to kill you." And if that child is angry and upset, you would be concerned about it. But if the child is playing chess with another student, it really may not be significant at all.
And so, doctor, help me in one context is going to be different than help me in a drawing with a semi-automatic pistol and a bleeding body. That context is important.
The context of the drawing and the context of the drawing.
In terms of your work and the trainings you do and the ability to prevent school shootings, do parents play an important role?
Yes.
When a threat assessment team is doing their assessment, do they want to talk to the parents?
Absolutely.
Can you describe why?
Well, parents have the greatest influence, the greatest knowledge, greatest ability to intervene, and the responsibility for their children. So educators are always in the service.
Ethan's parents were
of the
pieces
family
of
and
shit.
parents. And in a threat assessment situation, they need to turn to the parents to learn about the situation, to understand the context, and also to initiate, safety precautions.
Thank you, Dr. Cornell. Judge, his CV's already been admitted.
Yes.
Judge, I'd just ask that Dr. Cornell be qualified as an expert in mass shootings.
No objection. No objection.
You are an expert in mass shootings.
Dr. Cornell, I just want to ask briefly, are you familiar with another expert in the field named Catherine Schweit?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell me briefly how long you've known about Catherine Schweit and what you can tell the court about her?
I've known about her work for a number of years because of her involvement in the FBI and the FBI's study of school shooting or mass shootings. And I know of her work training law enforcement in how to prevent mass shootings, how to respond to mass shootings.
Okay, and do you consider her an expert in the field?
Absolutely.
And is it your understanding that she is widely regarded as an expert in the field?
Yes.
Did I ask them to do that?
Cross.
Good morning, Dr. Cornell. How are you? I don't have many questions for you. One thing I would like to know, did you review anything that the prosecution provided to you prior to testifying today?
Yes.
Did you review anything specific to this case?
Yes.
And what did you review, if you recall?
I reviewed Dr. Peterson's report and some legal documents that had been filed by the civil suits, and I think I saw maybe one drawing or a image of a notebook. That's about it.
And those things were provided to you by the prosecution?
Yes.
What was do you recall the nature of the legal documents that were filed in the civil suits?
Judge, I think to make it easier, it was the defendant's memorandum of law for this hearing. I know was the most recent one that Dr. Cornell reviewed.
Okay.
Maybe the only one.
Yes.
Yeah,
Was he provided with any documents from the civil lawsuit?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Thank you. So, is it fair to say that you didn't, other than reviewing those things that you just outlined, you didn't do any sort of independent investigation into any of the evidence in this case?
So it wasn't my role to evaluate this case or these defendants.
And what was your role?
My role was to testify regarding the scientific credibility of the work that Dr. Peterson has conducted.
Thank you. So it's fair to say that you don't have an opinion one way or the other about the specific facts of this case because you don't have any knowledge of the specific facts of this case.
I don't have sufficient knowledge, and I haven't done an evaluation myself to form an expert opinion.
Thank you. You briefly talked about open sources of available information. Do you recall testifying about that with the prosecutor?
Yes.
And you said that things like the Violence Project database and most studies into mass shootings or school shootings are sourced with open sources of information.
Yes.
And that would include media reports, is that fair?
Yes.
And you would agree that there are limitations to those sources of information?
Yes.
And there's often bias in those sources of information because of where they're coming from.
There can be bias.
And you don't know what sources were used in this case, is that fair? I'm sorry, that was a bad question. Mm-hmm. You're not certain what sources were used to populate the database in the Violence Project?
Well, I read Dr. Peterson's report, and it listed her sources. So I am familiar with those sources. I can't recall them all from memory, though.
So you know what she put in her report that she used for her database?
I know what she listed as her sources with her report.
Now you testified, I believe right at the beginning, Mr. Williams asked you very clearly that you don't need a PhD or any expertise to identify the steps on the pathway to violence. Is that correct?
Yes.
In fact, you testified that there's common sense steps that you believe people can take to mitigate harm, I think is the way that you phrased it.
Yes.
You testified that school shootings can be prevented through threat assessment.
Yes.
And that you specialize and have been studying and researching threat assessment for approximately 20 years.
Yes.
In fact, you specialize in school threat assessments.
Correct.
So it's fair to say that you focus your studies on educating schools and teaching schools how to identify threats.
Educators, mental health professionals, law enforcement officers, others who might be interested.
Okay. And in teaching and educating these individuals, you're helping them to identify opportunities to potentially intervene.
Yes, we train them in a process to gather data to make decisions about preventive measures.
And you would agree, and you were sitting in the courtroom when Dr. Peterson testified, you would agree that there's no data to support that certain steps do in fact prevent mass or school shootings.
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
You wouldn't agree with that?
No.
What data do we have, or have you reviewed, that concretely says that if you do X, then you will prevent this shooting?
Well, there are 4 studies of averted school shootings by different organizations and groups, most recently one by the U.S. Secret Service, in which they examined shootings that were averted, and they identified the factors that were critical to preventing the shooting from taking place.
And I don't know if you heard Ms. Smith ask Dr. Peterson about a shooting that occurred in St. Louis, a school shooting this past Monday. Do you recall hearing about that?
I do know about that, yes.
Do you recall, or did you review any of the media reports on that shooting?
I think I read one news report about it.
Do you recall reading that the shooter in that case had been previously hospitalized for mental health?
No, I didn't know that. That
his family had taken steps to monitor his social media or internet searches or his goings-on?
I don't really recall.
or that his parents had taken steps or family members had taken steps to ensure that he knew that he was loved and cared for.
Sorry.
And do you recall reading that all of those things occurred prior to the shooter actually committing the shooting?
Again, I read one news report. I don't really have an opinion about the case.
I have no further questions.
You're right.
Sorry.
Your Honor.
I'm sorry. You did the opposite order this time. I'm sorry. Ms. Smith.
Thank you. I have very few questions. Dr. Cornell, you testified that prevention of school shootings is the goal. Is that correct?
Pardon me?
Prevention of school shootings is the goal, correct?
Yes.
To date, we have not been successful in preventing school shootings.
That's correct.
There was one earlier this week, correct?
No, that's not correct. We know about the shootings that have occurred. We don't have much news attention to the shootings that have been prevented.
There are school shootings that have been prevented, but it's fair to say that not all school shootings have been prevented, even since the Oxford shooting, correct?
I certainly agree.
Okay. And sadly, in the next few weeks, there could be more mass shootings.
I hope not.
I hope not too. I hope not too. There's no way at this point to guarantee that they're going to be prevented in the future, though.
I think we can prevent school shootings, and that there are folks who are preventing school shootings. This doesn't mean that they are 100% successful. And unfortunately, tragically, we do have some school shootings.
And the best, most of your work is done with the schools and coming up with the school threat assessment, because they're in a good position to be able to have their eyes on students and know information about the students, correct?
Schools in combination with parents, yes.
You testified, I mean, in the end, if someone, you've dealt with other crimes aside from school shootings as well, correct?
Yes.
And at the end of the day, when we are talking about school shootings can be prevented if the right things are done, it's also fair to say that any crime can be prevented if the right things are done.
Yeah, I think that's generally true, that crime can be prevented.
Okay. You haven't testified in any other kind of case that a crime could have been prevented, have you?
Gosh, I think I may have.
Okay. Do you recall a specific time where you testified that a crime could have been prevented?
Well, so I testified in a case involving someone who, in a state of mental illness, endangered other people and was charged with reckless driving and fleeing law enforcement, and that could have been prevented had she had appropriate medication.
Okay, so in that case, had she had appropriate medication, it's your belief that it could have been prevented, and you testified to that information in the case?
Yes.
Okay. When you were talking about there's some things that we just don't do, we know it when we see it, like if we see dark clouds, you know not to get in the pool, correct?
Right.
You would agree with me that this drawing that was admitted as Exhibits 4 and 5 are readily apparent that there's something that they're threatening. Do you agree that those drawings come across as threatening?
It's concern. Yes, it is.
It's concerning.
Concerning.
It's concerning. Okay, and it doesn't take a a PhD or a microscope, I think is what you said, to know that these are problematic, that there's something bad going on here, correct?
Yeah, that's what counsel said, PhD or microscope, and I agreed with him.
Okay, and at the end of the day, we can always look back with 20/20 vision and know if we've made the right decisions about whether or not they were threatening, correct?
Right.
But at the time when a drawing like this comes out, it's fair to say that the people who have exposure to the drawing have to make decisions about what should be done or what can be done, correct?
No, they should not make a decision based on the drawing alone. That should initiate and inquire a process to gather more information.
Okay, so that should initiate a process to gather more information and gather more and go through really the steps of what you've put together in your threat assessment. Okay.
You have to stand
And in this case, this drawing was discovered at the school by a teacher, correct? As far as you know?
Well, again, I have not done an evaluation of this case. I've certainly read news reports about it. I can take at face value any facts that you want to present to me, but I haven't evaluated the case.
That's fair, and I apologize. In this case, the shooter's drawing came through the school. That's how it came to attention. You would expect the school would start on the steps to investigate the threat. Is that correct?
Yes.
And certainly get the parents involved, correct?
Yes.
And when you're looking at something like this, in a situation like this, there is no cut and dry, we know this is going to be a school shooting, or, okay, this can be explained because this person explained X, Y, Z. We don't know the answers until we look backwards at it, correct? Is that correct?
That's really not the orientation we take. We don't take a predictive orientation. We don't take an orientation and say this child is or is not going to commit a shooting. We look at the level of risk and needs. And when we see that there are needs and ways to reduce risk, then we take actions based on that assessment.
And if the school is not aware of the needs and risk and providing those kind of threat assessments, that would be an issue to take up with the school, the liability of the school. Is that correct?
I suppose. I mean, I don't know the facts about this case.
Okay. The at the end of the day, every bit of information that someone could believe is a risk, we can't conclude that everything we see that somebody perceives as a risk means there's going to be a school shooting, correct?
Well, that's the fallacy that I've been talking about, is the notion that you have to predict something in order to prevent it.
Okay, so you can't predict who's going to be a school shooter. We agree on that.
Yes.
We can't, if we can't predict it, we can't prevent based on looking at predictions.
That's the fallacy that I'm concerned about and that I've been trying to dispute for many, many years, and that others try to correct in the public's perception.
Okay. The people who evaluate the threat have to use their brains and their knowledge of the circumstances to make decisions, correct?
Yes.
And those, there are times where a drawing or something that is perceived to be a threat is determined, at least by the people looking at it, to not be a threat. There are times where that happens. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if every single threat was taken that it would mean a school shooting was going to happen, it would be impossible. I mean, no one would be in school. It would be impossible, right? There'd be too much.
That's something we train people on. They cannot overreact or underreact.
And the reaction, it's difficult to know if you're overreacting or underreacting. Is that a fair statement?
That's why we have a threat assessment process, and we collect information and look at the context.
And your goal is to get that information out to the schools to make sure that as many professionals are able to do that.
Professionals and families.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Mr. Williams?
Dr. Cornell, you were just asked about if you've testified before about preventing shootings. In fact, you've testified in front of Congress repeatedly on just that topic, correct?
Yes.
Doctor, you talked about context. You were asked about a drawing and whether it's concerning, but the context you agree is important, correct?
Yes.
So if someone is depressed or in crisis, there's a chance to intervene and get them help, right?
Right.
And get them help. Let me give you a hypothetical, since you haven't reviewed the facts of this case. If you see a drawing like the one counsel was just describing, with a picture of a semi-automatic pistol, a bleeding body, the words "help me," "the world is dead," and you know that that person recently asked for and obtained a gun, is that a heightened risk?
That's very concerning.
Okay. And you don't have to have a PhD or understand the pathway to violence to see the heightened risk, correct?
Correct.
You don't have to be a meteorologist to see that there's a storm coming.
Correct.
I want to give you another example, again, that people will understand. They don't always understand the pathway to violence, but they do understand risk. It's one thing, you see a person coming out of a bar, right? They're stumbling. There's an intervention you can do, right?
Take their keys.
Ask them if they're okay, offer them a ride, take their keys. What's the one thing you're not going to do?
Well, you're not going to let them get in the car and drive away if you're concerned about their level of intoxication.
And how about not handing them the keys to a car?
I certainly wouldn't want to hand them the keys.
That's just common sense. I have nothing further.
Anything further from this witness?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Doctor. You may step down. Who's the next witness?
Judge, the last issue for us is we would like to introduce an affidavit that's in the exhibit book. I understand it's contested.
It's the exhibit of the stricken witness, right? Affidavit of a stricken witness, right?
Correct.
Yes, Your Honor. That is an affidavit of Catherine Schweit. Her CV is there, and the affidavit itself includes some of her background, which I think is important. Judge, I want to briefly address the court rules and how they apply, and also explain why I think this is important. Judge, on questions of admissibility generally, this is MRE 104A, preliminary questions concerning the qualification of a person to be a witness or the admissibility of evidence shall be determined by the court. In making its determination, it is not bound by the rules of evidence. And that coincides with MRE 702, testimony by experts. The court makes that call initially. And so I don't think
so are you talking about Exhibit 7, which is merely her CV?
I'm talking about Exhibit, it's listed as 8, but it's
okay,
this.
There's a 7, which is her CV, and there's 8, which is, that's her affidavit.
Yes, so I'm talking about 8,
okay.
Judge. And so the court can allow it if the court wants to.
Would you agree that this witness was stricken because the name was produced in an untimely way, so this witness was already stricken, and the affidavit isn't subject to cross-examination, right?
Judge, I understand the court's ruling on that issue. The court has ruled that the witness is stricken. I understand that.
Mm-hmm. For purposes of this hearing.
Yes, Your Honor. But that doesn't prevent the court from receiving and considering an affidavit by that witness. And I just want to say, Judge, I can point to a particular paragraph. Counsel asked about, is it important, are there important interventions when law enforcement gets involved? And what Catherine Schweit says in paragraph 21 is that most of the time it's spouses and friends, and it's rarely law enforcement.
So this coming into the record when...
This is an issue of evidence. Now you're telling me why you want it or why it's relevant, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
It's not subject to cross-examination, right?
I understand, Judge. She is present.
Okay. But I already struck her as a witness, right, because of the timeliness. And I know you filed a motion for reconsideration. I'm
yes.
aware of that.
And what we're looking for as an alternative is to present her affidavit. I don't think there's any question about her expertise, and I think it's helpful to the court. It's not a jury trial. Rules of evidence don't apply, and the court can take it for whatever it's worth.
All right, response.
Your Honor, just very briefly, obviously we filed our motion, the court ruled on our motion and did
Objection!
Not to belabor the issue, the whole reason that we moved to strike the witness was due to the untimeliness of her identity being revealed and her information being provided to us. So again, you've already indicated, Your Honor, we can't cross-examine an affidavit. We would ask that Exhibits 7 and 8 not be admitted.
I'm not going to admit this.
There was leakage.
I'm going to allow the witness to testify for purposes of this hearing. All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So I think I previously contacted both sides to ask whether or not you wanted to make written or oral arguments. The only thing I really insisted on is that they be the same. My belief is that you'd like to make oral arguments, but you'd like a brief break before that. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Correct, Your Honor.
That's correct.
Okay. So can we break for about 15 minutes and then have closing, or does anybody need to eat? I don't know.
Your Honor, can we please eat and then come back?
Judge, I would concur with the request.
You want to eat, Mr. Williams?
I do, Judge.
Your Honor, I do believe leakage and that our closings would be very brief.
Well, the deputies want to eat.
Oh.
We want them to be happy.
We do want them.
And Judge, we will be brief.
You're what the French call les incompetents.
It will be less.
Okay, so tell me what time you want to come back.
1:15, Your Honor.
1:15?
1:15. Okay. And can I ask that everybody stay seated while the defendants leave the courtroom, okay?
Your Honor, is it okay if I leave the binders here while we go?
You can leave whatever you want here, but it's not a bailment. We won't be watching them.
That's fine.
All right.
Was I muted that whole stinking time? I said I had to go take care of some leakage. Oh my gosh, I was talking throughout that whole segment. Hello, hello. I'm here. Okay, so we have a couple updates while we are on lunch break until 1:15. I don't know. That Shannon needs to get her shit together. If I was Jennifer, I'd be like, Shannon, you need to get it together, girl. Hold on. Okay, let's take a look. We've got some Pelosi husband news. He was, in fact, attacked with a hammer. Oh, Snow, you missed the leakage? Well, let me update Snow really quick, you guys. Let's update Snow.
Given the fallout.
Oh, let me put my...
Given the fallout.
I found the best earrings, you guys, on Amazon. Do you guys ever get the posts where they stick you in your head when you sleep? Yep, these ones screw on and they have a flat back, and I love them because my earrings always poked me. So I'm really happy. So Paul Pelosi was attacked with a hammer at his house. Given the fallout. Okay, let me get rid of the gain so I can play sound bites and not blow your eardrums out. Yeah, a hammer. He survived, and he's going to be okay and everything. But, yeah, he was attacked. Okay, so it says, look at the sweatshirt. Yes, I'm cold. Paul Pelosi, the husband of House Speaker Nancy, was attacked with a hammer at the couple's home in San Fran by a male assailant early Friday morning. Pelosi, 82, was hospitalized, but is expected to make a full recovery. The U.S. Capitol Police released a statement saying that they are assisting the FBI and the San Francisco Police with a joint investigation into the break-in at the Pelosi residence in California. The statement provides further information on how law enforcement responded, saying that special agents with the U.S.C. California Field Office quickly arrived on scene, while a team of investigators from the department's Threat Assessment Section was simultaneously dispatched from the East Coast to assist the FBI and the San Francisco Police with a joint investigation. So they flew from the East Coast for this dude? Drew Hamill, a spokesman for Nancy, said the assailant is in custody and a motive is being investigated. The speaker was in Washington at the time of the attack. The speaker and her family are grateful to the first responders and medical professionals involved and request privacy at this time. The assailant entered the Pelosi residence through the back of the house, according to two sources familiar with early details of the incident. With Speaker Pelosi away, there would not have been a security detail at the residence. There may be video that U.S. Capitol Police and law enforcement can review, as there are security cameras at the home. The Pelosi's have been married since 1963 and have 5 children. Wow. So if you recall, I don't know, maybe 6 months ago or so, he was pulled over and he was inebriated. He was wasted. And he got a little slap on the wrist. A little slap on the wrist. All right, so let's check out the Uvalde. You guys, this infuriated me. This is probably the shortest clip we got from Uvalde. But it's the worst one, in my opinion. Let's see what else is going on here. Sentencing for... What's this? Oh, they're in recess. This is Florida. Mark Wilson is facing the death penalty after he was found guilty of first-degree murder earlier this month. So this is a Putnam County boys. Sentencing for man found guilty of murder, Putnam County boys. No. 50 Cent says Kanye West is not crazy. Okay. All right, let's watch Uvalde. So this one made me the most mad. Oh my gosh, I don't think I have it on YouTube yet. Hold on. Here, I want watch this guys first and let me know what you think of this. This is the Tampa Bay, I'm sorry, Hillsborough County Sheriff. Tell me what you think of this while I find that.
Law enforcement is knocking on doors now because come Halloween, they don't want the people living at these homes to answer.
We knock on every sexual predator, sexual offender here living and residing here in Hillsborough County and remind them that there is no trick-or-treating for them.
That's more than 1,200 sex offenders throughout Hillsborough County. Sheriff Chad Chronister says deputies make these rounds every year in the days leading up to Halloween. He says the rules haven't changed.
We can't have an individual who's already been convicted of being a sexual offender or sexual predator out there doing anything to entice one of our children, whether it's wearing a costume, whether it's turning on their light, whether it's trying to hand out candy.
Cuber. What do you guys think of that? I had some mixed reviews in my comment section of this video.
Cuba.
And if no one answers the door when deputies are knocking,
we'll keep trying until we make contact with that individual.
The sheriff says families can be proactive too. Parents can use the FDLE's website or mobile app to check for sex offenders in their neighborhoods. Either way, the sheriff says his office will be out in full force Monday.
To make sure.
What do you guys think of that? I had some mixed reviews in my comment section. I was really surprised. They were like, what? People were like, what a waste of money. Having them go and knock on doors of 1,200 people. There was a lot of mixed reviews. Do they all live together? No. I don't believe they live together. They're going to each door. Okay. I just wanted to know what you guys thought. I mean, at first, my first thought was, wow, this is cool, you know? I mean, anything that brings awareness and attention to predators and where they live, I think is a good thing. Do I think it's a waste of money? Never. If it saves one child, I don't think it's a waste of money at all. And I highly doubt the actual sheriff is going out and doing this. He's probably freaking... Who went jogging? Me? This is our Uvalde video. Let me get this up on the screen. And you're gonna want to listen closely because what they say is going to infuriate you. There's some video. This is only a little over a minute. There's some video inside and some outside. May, what are you talking about? StreamYard. Yes, check the map. Absolutely. I think anything that helps children stay safe is well spent money. Alexis, that makes total sense. That makes complete sense, actually. All right, so let's make sure we can hear this. Let's listen.
This is so sad, dude. He shot kids, bro. Hey, guide the kids that way.
Let me turn it up.
I got to Wally.
Kids in there? Access this room through that door. Is they waiting on us? The most I can. He does. 8 or 9 children. That's what they said. There's 9 kids in there. 8 or 9. It's been about an hour. There's kids in there. The teacher shot in there. Ask him if there's kids. We're still taking them out. Stand by. You don't know if there's any kids in there? Clear. I don't see anybody.
He's not hiding in the corner over here, Albert? What are we waiting on? Does anybody know if we cleared this room completely? Are they waiting on us?
The most I can think of is like a response team or something. They're already there. If they're already there, then I don't hear no one trying to negotiate or nothing.
Completely clueless.
Guilty on.
Completely clueless. J. Lord says it's inappropriate. Why is it inappropriate? Let's watch this again now.
Man, this is so sad, dude. He shot kids, bro. Hey, guide the kids that way. I got to Wally. I got to Wally.
Kids in there? Go to the window. Access this room through that door. Are they waiting on us?
The most I can.
He does. 8 or 9 children. That's what they said. There's 9 kids in there. 8 or 9. It's been about an hour.
There's kids in there?
The teacher shot in there. Ask him if there's kids. We're still taking them out. Stand by. You don't know if there's any kids in there? Clear.
Clear. I don't see anybody. He's not hiding in the corner over here, Albert? What are we waiting on? Does anybody know if we cleared this room completely? Are they waiting on us?
The most I can think of is like a response team or something. They're already there. If they're already there, then I don't hear no one trying to negotiate or nothing.
Unbelievable, huh?
Guilty on.
That infuriated me. I was like, I mean, how do you go through training to be a police officer and not know what to do? The map is a red blob in Tampa Bay. That's horrible. Jay Lord, are you a Tamper? Are you from Tampa? I think everybody should look.
Tampa.
I've looked at mine to see how close they are. And I don't even have little kids. I have a granddaughter. But I want to know what kind of scum buckets are around me. I know, Bubbles, it's actually it's crazy. It's crazy to think that none of these people knew what the hell to do. And then did you see the one of the lady officer who was outside and she was like, "Oh, no, my kid's not in there. If my kid was in there, I'd be in there right away." But Jay Lord, not everything's faked. I don't think this was faked. Waking the baby. Oh, did I disturb Miss Bella in her slumber? She's so cozy. Yeah, they had zero protection. They totally had like false sense of security. I mean, when I was growing up, we didn't even have school resource officers. Like in Romeo High School, we didn't have resource officers. We had this guy named Zach who was our hall monitor. You had a sheriff come around your street putting postcards with sex offenders in the next block and told the sheriff, I said, if I see him, even when you're a kid, you can have them after I'm done with them. I hate spell check too, but we get it. What do you mean multi-layer? St. Louis, one took shooter fast. But they should be prepared, right, Louisa? They need to be prepared. Let's look at... Actually, you guys want to watch that one more time? Or no? We showed it twice. You're in Clearwater, J. Lord? Nice. Are you a Scientologist, J. Lord? In the name of Jesus, Father God, Lord. What was I going to show you guys? Oh, yeah, the watchdog. So what is it? What is the watchdog? Let's see what Florida has. Florida sex offender map. We're going to just do Florida. Have you guys been following the Scientology trial or whatever? The guy from that 70s show. Have you guys been following that? Hey, Potato. Welcome back. All right, let's take a look. Rican Elite. Did I get your email? Not sure. Who did it come from? Did it come from Rican Elite or who did it come from? The school department. See, but FDLE has their own. All right, so let's put in 3377. Or wait, here, let's do this. Let's put in oops. All right, we're going to search within 5 miles of Madeira Beach. Search. I got to get something to eat too. I have not, all I've had is the dang coffee. Okay, so these have different meanings. The blue roof is a sexual offender. Can you guys see that? Oops. Hold on. I got to stretch it out for you, right, May? Stretch it out, May. Okay, here is the map. This is, the blue is sexual offender. There's transient offenders. That's the little tents. Okay, so the red roofs are sexual predators. The purple roofs are multiple offenders. Ugh. Good Lord. Well, we've got pictures and everything, so let's see. Let's see what the purple... Oh, dear God. And way too close for comfort, you guys. Wait, what? Can you get this kind of info up in Canada? I'm not sure, Firefly. God, it's just very disturbing. Look at these old men. John something, Zawadski. I mean, are you flipping kidding me? It's so gross. And then we have the tents. Transient. He's an offender. I mean, great. Milton Godfrey, like, thanks for letting us know that they're homeless and they're sexual predators. Like, keep them in frickin' jail. Why does it have to be our problem? Look at this guy, Emmanuel Brannon. Blit. I mean, and this is a very touristy area. Rodney, Purdue. I mean, it's sad that they're transients, but damn. Parents having to sift through this garbage. Look at this guy, Gary Motley. And John Kangas. I mean, this is insane. Ad Rock wants to know if they got any chicks on that list. Probably. I've seen chicks on the list before. Let's see. Travis Jacobs. And you wouldn't think there'd be so many on the beach side, you know, because that's where all the moolah is. But there's also a lot of druggies that live on the beach side. Here's Brian Lewis. And this is where people go to vacation. This is St. Pete Beach right here. St. Pete Beach. You take your children here and you've got all these. Look at. You got Sean DePrater, who's a transient. Born in 84. He's a sexual predator. He goes by Sean DePrater and Romeo DePrater. I'll go up to Clearwater in a sec. Lewd or oh God, 12 to 15 years old, molestation of a child under 12, and he failed to register twice? Dude, this guy should be in jail. He should be in prison. Oh, I know. I thought of that too, Judy. Like, nasty. Wow. He shouldn't even be out. Okay, let's go up north to Clearwater for Lord. Here's one over here in the Finger Streets, they call him, of Treasure Island. Oh, what a gem this guy looks like. Christopher Baraccio. Oh, Bo. This is Bo Christopher Baraccio. I should do a show where I just show these idiots. I am on offender.fdle.state.florida.us. He lives in Homosassa, Judy. He lives at 2721 West Yuletide Court in Homosassa. Computer sex with minors, 41 counts. Possess of photo pictures showing sexual performance by a child. 3 counts. And this was in Pinellas. So then he moved to Homosassa. And he had all these different vehicles. OMG. And a couple boats. Hell to the no. Why isn't this dude in prison? This is a recent picture, too, from 8/23. Released. Subject to registration. This dude is younger than me. He was born in 77. I thought he was like 70 years old. Okay, let's go to Clearwater. We're getting there. We're getting there, Lord. Oh, John's Pass, which is like the biggest tourist trap in this area. And he lives right there behind John's Pass. And let's see what this guy did. Oh, lewd, lascivious, child under 16. Yeah. These people make me mad. Okay, let's go to Clearwater here. Let's move our... How do I move my area? Please review the following 69 predators in Pinellas. Oh, my Lord. Okay, let's do A new search for Clearwater. I think I need an exact address, though. Why do I have to put an address? 25 Drew Street. Does that even exist? I need an address. It might work. I just know Drew Street. May, you are just the best, girlfriend. All right, here we go. Here is your Clearwater 1 mile radius. Here is transient number 1. We got Gary Marsh, Mark Workman, Anthony Tennell, Michael Shanks. Oh, boy. Let's see what he did. Lewd or lascivious molestation. Victim under 12. 2 counts. And he's just roaming around homeless. Gotta love it. I mean, I guess at least they know where he's at, I guess, in his tent here. I think the red roofs are one of the worst ones. So this is Andrew Bonney. And he thinks this is a big joke. Looks like frickin' smiling like he just had a pudding pop. Sexual battery by adult on adult victim. Sexual battery by adult on adult victim, aggravating circumstances. So he's a rapist. Nice. Here's a purple roof. Let's see who this. Oh, Lord. Tony James Hosley. If you see him, run in the other direction. He is 5'8", 225 pounds. And he failed to register 3 times after committing a lewd, lascivious act on a child under 16. Yeah. P.O.S. Howard Dana Sims. Let's see what he did. Sexual battery. Oh, God. I can't. I can't even read that. Does that mean what I think it means? A person who commits sexual battery upon a person 12 years of age or older without that person's consent and in the process thereof does not use physical force and violence likely to cause serious personal injury commits a felony of the 2nd degree. How could someone who's 13 consent to anything? Especially with this. No, it's within 1 mile of Drew Street. See the circle? It's 1 mile of Drew Street. Ugh, God. I mean, this is just nauseating. This is a 1 mile. This is a 1 mile radius. David Ezra Jackson. 5'7", 188. Also goes by Leroy McGee, David Earl Jackson, David Jackson, and David E. Jackson. Lewd, lascivious act on a child under 16. And he drives a 2012 Cadillac, a 2019 truck. How he affords that is beyond me. Honda station wagon. How does this dude have a new truck? I mean, not new, but he's a predator, dude. He belongs behind bars. I mean, it's great they have this site and all, but damn. I mean, it just doesn't stop. This is real close. Let's go to the beach side. Okay, little lighthouse. Come on. Yes, court is on lunch. Here we go. Here we go. Walter Griffin. You know, it's crazy. These guys are just roaming the streets. I took my daughter to the Indian Rocks Beach. My granddaughter. Did I say daughter? Granddaughter. To the Indian Rocks Beach public area. And we parked real quick. It was just for the sunset. We pulled in. I'm like, let's go see the sunset. So we pull in to see the sunset and we park and we run up and we catch the sunset and we sit there for a few minutes. We watch the sunset. And then we look for some seashells and then we go back to the car and I have a $75 ticket on my car. $75. Oh, I'll read it to you. Sorry, I got on a little tirade. This picture was taken just about a month ago. 9/13/22. This is Walter Wayne Griffin. He raped someone in Alabama and now he lives here. Send him back. Send him back. They should send him back to Jefferson, Alabama. We don't want him here. Why do we need him here? Shit is disturbing, man. I will give you guys the link here. Yeah, Pasco, Pinellas, Hernando, Hillsborough. Okay, there is the link to what I was on for Florida. All right, let's see here. Where are we? We are not back in court yet. Oh, it's only 10-1. Okay. Let's see what else is going on in the world, should we? Let's do a little case catch-up. And then when we come back, I'm going to get up and get myself something to eat. Because all I've had is caffeine today. Judy says she will bobbit these motherfuckers.
John Wayne Bobbitt's penis.
How often do they update the photos? I don't know. Looks like some of them are a couple years old and some of them are not. Oh my God, Daisy Dead. That's a great idea. Dump them in the Everglades. Bye, bitch. Sounds good to me. Let's see what we've got going on. Oh, this girl. Oh, this girl was found. They found that girl, you guys, the special needs girl.
Yeah, we talked to a family spokesperson a short while ago, Jessica, and I was also texting last night with Colleen's mother, Kristen, as she was en route to New York City once she got word that her daughter had been found safe. The FBI, with the help of the NYPD, located Colleen around 11 p.m. last night in New York. And as she drove to NYC last night, Kristen, her mother, told me that she would wait to celebrate until she actually saw her daughter with her own eyes. But the family now has been reunited. They are asking for some privacy as they focus on Colleen and her needs. But friend Heather McNally says the Weavers are so grateful to everyone who stepped up to bring Colleen home.
Was there an arrest?
Believers are overwhelmed. They're overwhelmed. And as you can imagine, it's been a long, today would have been day 10. So it was a very, very long, emotional 9 days. They are beyond grateful to the community.
Of course, you remember hundreds of people turned out last night at a vigil to pray for Colleen and support her family. And the big news again, Colleen was found safe just a few hours later in New York City. We are still awaiting more details as to how and where she was located. As far as we know, police have not made any arrests yet, but are still investigating. We're live in Raynham. I'm Mary Salata, WCDB News Center 5.
Holy hell, that was... See how everybody thinks the volume things are me? It's not me. Everything has a different volume level. So it's impossible to get this all leveled out, you know? I'm so glad that she was found as well. Get to know, thank you for subscribing. But why wasn't there arrest and who was she with? Aw, May. May, you have made my day today. Thank you so much, May. May is the MVP today.
JB, it's
the MVP.
we have to stand down.
Motherfucking B. Stand down. Stand down. We are halfway to our goal, you guys. Actually, we are actually closer to our goal because the PayPal and the Cash App ones didn't factor in. But I think I'm feeling like ordering some lunch. I haven't done that in a long time. But I really should save money and just make something here. Oh, let me check. Kurt Cobain. Thank you so much, Mrs. Kurt Cobain. Greatly appreciated your Cash App. Thank you. If I can bring awareness to scum buckets and help kids, because there's just so many scum buckets. We are totally outnumbered by scum buckets. And they think about this 24/7, you know, like they're always thinking about kids and, you know, their nasty thoughts. And let me see what else we've got. Oh, we got Don Wells that's supposed to be getting out of jail in a couple days, 2 days. I don't really see anything breaking. Oh, Elon. Excuse me. Elon gets in there and is cleaning up house. Oh, you guys want to talk about Billy Joe for a second and her husband? Did you guys see this? Yes, Schmeekel. We talked about that earlier. I never saw parts of this. Oh, McRibs are nasty.
Left right in. I got here about 3 o'clock yesterday.
And I got here about 3:30 in the morning.
That's just been
this part crazy. I never saw.
We don't know nothing. Whether it's the answers we want to hear or answers we don't want to hear. We just want to know something. My concern is him. And that's all it is. I mean, we concerned with his well-being.
I know everybody worked really hard yesterday, but I want them to keep working hard.
And we appreciate everything that everybody has done, all the people that's come out and searched for him and all that. And he's always smiling. He's a happy kid. I mean, you get some kids but he always had a big smile.
Get some kids that what? He was 20 months old. He should be smiling.
But he always had a big smile on his face, and he was always happy.
Let me ask you, why are you getting emotional? Because he's not here. He's just a baby. And I want him home. He's just a baby.
A baby Billy Joe was legally put in place to protect.
Leilani's my daughter. She's 22. She
Shame
always
on
done
you.
the right things. And sometimes she does really great, and then sometimes she doesn't.
Yep.
And, I don't know what to think right now. I don't know what to believe because I don't think anybody ever believes that this is going to happen to them. I don't know if I can trust her or if I don't. I just know I'm hurting, and I want this baby home.
We want
He's
answers,
my
and
baby.
we don't have answers.
Just thank you to everybody that's helped.
Thank you for everybody that's looked for him,
and please don't stop looking.
Yeah, like I say, we want answers. We want to find him. That's the answer we want. Is somebody found him. You know, we're still hoping and praying, and we wish
everybody to pray for him. Pray for us. Yes.
Left,
The
right,
chipmunk voice is very weird. Okay, so yes, that we did cover that earlier. The body was in the back of a pickup truck. I think it's the grandma though. I think it might be that kid's grandma. You want to see the world record carved pumpkin? It's being carved as we speak. This is the self-proclaimed Halloween capital of the world, Anaka. The pumpkin is known as Maverick. It is 2,560 pounds. And this has been going for 3 hours. Anoka, Minnesota. This is awesome. I think we should just live stream this for the rest of the day.
People have been very excited. Anoka is the Halloween capital of the world after all, and it's a good thing you mentioned this.
The Halloween capital of the world is Anaka, Minnesota. Let's make this bigger. This is a nice little lunchtime stream. Happy Halloween, Roberters. Happy Halloween, Roberters. Wait till you see Bella's costume. Bella has a costume. Is that Scott Skulls? It's the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown. Wait till you see it lit up. He's been carving this for 3 hours. You're going as Flo from Progressive? Really, Angie B? That's pretty cool. Who are you guys talking about is on stimulants? Who's Jaw? The Predators or Billy Joe? Who are you guys talking about? I think there's some leakage from the pumpkin.
Leakage and that leakage.
There was a lot of leakage.
Pieces of leakage in a.
Objection.
Sure.
Battle scars? When I say Roberters, it types 4 burgers. Oh, Billy Joe. I know, they should have a different angle. I agree. $2,560. Okay, here's a poll for you. What weighs more, this pumpkin or Jennifer Crumbley? Body shaming her. Roberters, hamburglers.
Pieces of leakage in a.
There was leakage. There was a lot of leakage.
Leakage and that leakage.
I need food. The Donga need food.
Yeah, they're loud and beefy.
That is one beefy pumpkin, isn't it? Jerry Lee Lewis died? Yikes, Ashley. Alexis? It never fails. Birders.
Jocks, pigs, Lucky.
I did snort, Ed Rock. You got me.
Don't be jealous that I've been chatting online with babes all day.
That's what Ad Rock says when he leaves Jay's for Justice chat. Don't be jealous that I've been chatting online with babes all day. Firefly. Oh, yeah. Jennifer Crumbley has been eating some honey buns. Honey boons. Thank you for the PayPal donation, Tam. Tam.
Yeah, just a little bit.
You guys want to see my movie?
I don't know, like, does it go east-west or west-east, you know?
Like, what the fuck is this? And everybody's like, what the fuck is this? Who knows?
Ooh, that will scare somebody.
I think it's going to be an eagle, right? A badass eagle. Welcome back, Lucia. I don't want to leave while we're on break. Rumpelstiltskins. Oh my gosh, it's going to be a tribute to Eagle 8.
JB, it's we have to stand down.
If we make our goal, let's go back and look at our goal here. Our goal, we have not reached. We're halfway to our goal. Don't leave. Don't leave. I know people are like, what in the hell is this? We're on lunch. We've got about 10 more minutes. I'll wait, and I'll go get something to eat when we start. You like that, May? I've got more where that came from if you like that.
I flashed and said, wow, pretty far out. I thought it was pretty far out.
McNo.
Okay, we have to totally check in on the pumpkin, though. Here, I'm going to mute it.
Probably won't discuss too much of that. That's not what we're here about today.
Ooh, what do you say? That's not what we're here.
About your world record pumpkin.
Technically, let me know where you're going. If you ask me that, I'll explain. It's technically not a world record.
He's like, that's what we're not what we're here to talk about today. Like, what? They do know that there's hot mics, right? All right, I'm going to mute it because it's kind of giving me a headache. I think I'm just hungry, though. He said he was joking about the eagle and not to believe what he says. It's pretty cool looking. See the eyes? I think they're getting ready to like interview him or something, but pretty cool. Leakage.
What?
You're what the French call les incompetents.
Right, Firefly? Let him do his thing. May says, yay, JJ. No, I think Crumbley has been eating a lot of honey buns. Ooh, Flo. $10 make you holla towards the goal. Debating, thank you so much, Flo. Debating if you want to make coffee, I say do it. Do it, do it, do it. Why not? Coffee's good. We came this far. We must see results. I know. I'm going to get it pulled up.
JB, it's we have to
So
stand
when
down.
we're watching the crumbs, we can also glance over at the pumpkin. If the crumbs get to be too much, then we can just go over to the pumpkin. Right? So let's get the pumpkin up on the screen. Hey, I have a joke for you guys. And it's the only joke that I've ever been able to remember in my entire life, okay? I don't remember jokes. But I do remember this one for some odd reason. So here it goes. And it's good for this time of year. This is the only time of year that I can tell this joke and get away with it. So what do Southerners do for Halloween? Dun 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 dun. Whatever. What do they do for Halloween? Southerners, what do they do for Halloween? They pumpkin. Get it? Pumpkin. They pumpkin. You know, I'm just kidding. I love Southerners. Hell, I live in the South. But that's the only joke I can remember, and I always thought it was cute. They pumpkin. I should change that. How about, what do Billy Joe Simon, or Billy Joe, what do Billy Joe and Leilani do for Halloween? Pumpkin. Who said Kate? Thank you. Appreciate this live and your commentary. Thank you so much. We are one step closer. What's the status on the boys' foster parents trial? Who? Oh my God, Lisa. I'm going to get Nightbot. Nightbot will explain it to you.
JB, it's we have
Lisa,
to
you
stand
are
down.
hilarious. Who wants to explain it to Lisa? She says, oh, never mind. No, Lisa, we need you to come up on panel and explain it. That's what, you don't get it, Potato? Oh, Lord. Well, Potato, you have an excuse. It might be a language barrier. They found the Delphi. Who is it? Look at that guy. We need that guy's view. Whoever's videoing that, because I want to see how he's actually doing it. It could be a language barrier. So, kin, like people in the South call their people kin, their family members kin, right? Like sisters, brothers are kin. Pumpkin. A glimpse on what? Oh, of the Delphi thing. Clickbait. I don't know who Richard Allen is. I'm not a big fan of Delphi Case. That's one of those that just, you know how some cases, do you guys get this? Like just make you feel weird and icky. Like something's just, I mean, obviously none of the cases that we follow, there's shit that's not right. But do you ever get the feeling that there's really just something not right with it and you just can't? But was he charged with like their murders or what? Oh, kin. Yes, it's kin. K-I-N. Oh my God, Kim. Pump Kim.
Cooperate.
Yeah. Oh, that's a bad autocorrect.
Cooperate.
Yeah.
I love you too, May. You guys crack me up. I don't know. It's just one of those cases. I don't know. And the Vallow Daybell case is the same way. Look at Dame. Dame's like, I don't even follow those ones. Those ones that make me feel that way, I don't touch them. And the Daybell case is like that too. It's really weird and icky. May, you have been just a breath of fresh air today. Pump Kim.
Cooperate.
Oh shit. Yeah, it's a pumpkin dedicated to Eagle 8. Boop, boop. Just kidding. Yeah, it's just creepy. Look at Snow. She's like, hi. Yeah, if you're into it. Yeah, I mean, that's great news that there was an arrest. I just don't know who that person is, but I'll read into it later. Is there like a video or something? Maybe we can play it for you guys that have followed that case. Let's see. Delphi. Delphi murders update. Ooh, in connection. Man booked into Carroll County Jail in connection with Delphi murders. Multiple sources indicate that a man named Richard Allen was booked into Carroll County Jail around noon Friday just an hour ago in connection with the Delphi murder investigation. Allen, 50, has been moved to a state facility for his safety. He's already in a state facility. Earlier, law enforcement sources told Fox 59 that a major development was in the works in the 2017 murders of Libby German and Abby Williams. They disappeared on Monon High Bridge on February 13th, 2007. Their bodies were found the next day. Wow. So is this Keegan Klein not court documents unearthed by the Murder Sheet podcast? Oh, they're the ones that have leaked everything. How did they get it though? That leaves me weirded out too. How do they get shit leaked like that to a podcast? Klein has been questioned. His trial on 30 counts of possession of child porn is going through the court system. In recent months, Indiana state troopers have been searching the Wabash River in Peru, potentially looking for evidence tied to the case. Copyright 2022 Nexstar Media. This material may not be published, broadcast, rewritten, or distributed, or read, or we will strike Chase for Justice podcast and sue her in federal court. What does this guy look like? Where's his mugshot? Richard Allen. Surprised they're not using his middle name. They always use middle names. Okay. Richard Allen. Delphi. Oops. It's a Def Leppard. Well, where's his mugshot? Isn't that weird that he's not plastered everywhere? They did a press conference. Let's see if they said anything there. Oh, it's scheduled for today. Sister of Delphi victim. Like the sister is giving these announcements. See, this is why I think this. That's why I think this case is so weird. Like the sister's going on, going to Crime Con. Like this is unsolved, and the sister's at Crime Con. Like Crime Con is like a fan base for crimes. I don't know, man. It's just gross. Investigators will provide an update on the murder of Abigail Abby Williams and Liberty Libby German. Indiana State Police confirmed that the press conference will take place at 10 a.m. on Monday. Oh, News 8 will carry the press conference live. So we have to wait till Monday? So what is Gray Hughes talking about? I mean, really, that's the update. There'll be an update on Monday. I have no idea. How old is the sister? I think she's in her 20s. I just don't understand CrimeCon hosting families of crimes that are unsolved and or haven't gone to trial yet. So like having oh, I know Gray's a dick. That is the only content creator I've ever had to ban here. And I've unblocked him so many times and given him another chance, and he comes in and he's an asshole. He like literally comes in here and trolls me. He's done it for 4.5 years. He can take Delphi and stick that bridge up his ass, as far as I'm concerned. Oh, saved by court coming back in session. I'm going to go get something to eat. Yeah, CrimeCon feels really weird. Like Larry and Kay Woodcock up there on a stage with fans of crimes, especially when you're talking about dead kids. There's just something wrong with that. And I'm just going to say, anything that Dan Abrams puts his hand in gets really dark. Law and Crime, the new Police on the Scene show, News Nation. He's got a new one coming out. He's affiliated with A&E. A&E has turned dark and weird. I think it's weird to be in the middle of a trial for dead kids and be up on a stage entertaining the masses who paid thousands of dollars to go to CrimeCon. I think it's sick. CrimeCon is grifters, in my opinion, doing that. It's no different than what people do and exploit these victims on YouTube. Oh, me too, Firefly. Does he even really have one though? She's never shown her face. Oh, he is. Dan Abrams is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Just saying. He wants you to think that he's just a host of shows. Mm-mm. He's not just a host. He owns that shiz, and he just bought a winery. Also, out in California, he's got lots of money. I think it's interesting to follow past cases and hear from investigators, things like that. But to hear from actual grandparents of dead kids and there hasn't been justice, no thanks. May, you're the best. And we've got the pumpkin carving in the bottom. I don't know who's joined the pumpkin carver. Looks like somebody has. Who creeps you out? Oh, Dan Abrams, yeah. He's got his hands in a lot of pots. Have you noticed, though, that A&E is different? The way they film is different. The way their shows are directed is different. The quality of their shows and the content, it's more, I don't know, kind of like inappropriate. I watched a show where they go through 3 different crimes and they like show the people really up close. They're like filming right up on their face. It's just bizarre. F you, May, you're the best.
And we are coming for you.
No, I don't think they're any relation, Firefly. No. I don't think Chase Hughes and Gray Hughes are related. No. No. If he was related to Chase Hughes, he would have been dropping that name from the get-go. He's the pumpkin master.
Cooperate.
Yeah. Did I ask them to do that?
And in all fairness, I have tried to be nice to Gray Hughes for many years, and he is just a dick to me. Just a dick. And you know what? I don't take it lightly when a man comes in trolling a woman's live. Like, get a life, dude. Get a life. Everybody's all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed after lunch, aren't they?
There was a lot of leakage, and that there was leakage. That there was a lot of leakage, and that there was leakage.
Objection. Objection.
That there was a lot of leakage.
Sure.
He is. He's just a bully. I guess CEO was here earlier. He thinks he owns Google Maps. Gray with the patent on Google Maps.
Leakage, and that
there was a lot of leakage.
There's a lot of leakage over there in his chat. Yeah, I actually pity him. I really do pity him because bullies have really deep issues. Oh, welcome back, James. Someone get James a rope belt to wrap around his neck because he's going to be hanging himself when he goes down. And someone give him some undies.
What?
Moist and leakage. 2 words that should be banned.
Yeah.
I know, we just over here chilling, getting along, being nice to each other. Because it's just so easy to do.
La 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 la.
These are all my Gray. These are for Gray.
La 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 means let me finish. La 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 la. You can't tell me with your accent that given the fallout. Given the fallout. You can't tell me with your accent that given the fallout.
Here she comes.
What you are witnessing is real. The participants are not actors.
Justice for Quentin, right? I'm definitely not perfect, but I try to be a good person. First and foremost. I do try. Even though there's a lot of leakage around here.
leakage, and that
There was a lot of leakage.
Fiscal? I need buy Jennifer back. No, I think she's just fat. Louisa? I'm dead. Look at his earmuffs. They don't feel right. She gained the weight he lost. She transferred it. He transferred it over to her with his eyes. James looked deep into her eyes and transferred his fat over to Jennifer Crumbley's ass.
You buzzed?
The woman is his wife. Oh, look at them. They must be winking. Oh, look, he's blinking. I'll blink 2 for yes and once for no.
So there's a lot of butt joints that we have to cover, and I'm like, Dudley, let's do butt joints together because I don't want to have to do them all by myself.
Oh, look it. Oh, blink 3 times if you love me still. Someone better tell. His freaking glasses are so thick we can see your eyeballs, James. Oh, she looked down. I don't want to get busted. Jennifer's probably got a girlfriend by now. James, you're going to get yourself in trouble. May!
Jeepers!
I hope the judge perked up a little bit.
Your Honor, calling People versus Jennifer Crumbley, case number 22.
All right, here we go.
990 FH. Calling People versus James Crumbley, case number 22-279-989 FH.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Karen McDonald appearing on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Mark. David Williams on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon. I'm Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Marielle Lehman on behalf of James Crumbley, who is seated to my left.
And has leakage.
I'm correct that we're doing closings. Right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
Closing time. Hit me up on email. Get to know.
Judge, there are only 2 issues before the court today. Whether the expert testimony we intend to offer at trial is sufficiently reliable that the jury should be allowed to hear it, and whether that testimony will assist the jury. Judge, those issues are not contested on this record. Both experts testified unequivocally that there is a clear pathway to violence, that school mass shooters don't just snap, and that school mass shootings can be prevented. They also testified unequivocally that there is a very common, pervasive, and persistent misconception about mass shooters and mass shootings. It was the first line of Dr. Peterson's report, and Dr. Cornell made that point very clear. He talked about it on direct examination and told the court
Let me turn it up, sorry.
Misconception all the time, including when he testifies in Congress. But that point was really driven home on cross-examination when it was suggested that because we can't predict mass shootings, we can't prevent them. Dr. Cornell was very clear. That is exactly the misconception that he's been trying to correct for the last 40 years. The defense elicited some testimony about whether a person needs to be an expert to identify warning signs. We aren't offering the testimony and will not offer it at trial to tell a jury that these parents should have been concerned. We don't need an expert for that. We offer it to dispel the myth and to describe the pathway to violence. Dr. Cornell, when the experts were asked about that common sense, and the defense brought it up, they said the same thing, that you don't have to be an expert to recognize heightened risk. Dr. Cornell talked about getting out of the pool in a lightning storm. You don't need to be a meteorologist or PhD to figure that out, to see the heightened risk. But ultimately, the question whether these defendants could have prevented this shooting by ordinary care, that's one for the jury. The purpose of the expert testimony today is to give this court as much information as possible to assist in its gatekeeping role. The purpose of the testimony at trial is to make sure that the jury is not misled. Again, reliability of the testimony is uncontested. The defense stipulated that both witnesses are experts, and their testimony and CVs made very clear that they are indeed experts in mass shootings. The data gathered and the way it was gathered are standard, recognized ways of gathering data and doing research. It is undisputed that school mass shooters give signs, that they don't just snap, and that school mass shootings can be prevented. As Dr. Cornell put it, these are planned, targeted acts of violence, not spontaneous acts due to some kind of psychotic break. They don't come out of the blue. We need the expert testimony in this case because without it, the jury will labor under that common misconception. If mass shootings are spontaneous, if they are the result of a break of some deranged individual and they can't be stopped, then obviously these defendants could not have stopped them. The jury needs to know the truth. Mass shootings can be prevented. And they also need to know that even the smallest act of kindness, like baking someone a pie, can avert deadly violence. That ordinary care would have been enough to prevent this shooting. With that knowledge, the jury can do its job and decide whether the Oxford High School shooting could have been prevented and whether these defendants could have prevented it with the exercise of ordinary care. And that's why we're asking the court to allow us to present Dr. Peterson's testimony to the jury.
What do you guys think? Is the judge going to allow it?
Are you asking that Dr. Peterson's testimony be admitted at trial, or also Dr. Cornell?
Judge, I know that the date for naming experts is now set out in the new order. We have consulted obviously with Dr. Peterson, Dr. Cornell, and Catherine Schweit, so we certainly reserve the right to bring that testimony, but the topic is the same.
Oh, okay, you would have the right. It's just that when you said Dr. Peterson, I wondered if you were only seeking.
Oh my gosh, she is Dullsville.
Just because of what you said. No, you're right. You're within your time frame for sure.
Thank you.
Yes, Smith.
Oh, come on, Shannon Smith. Get your old frail bones up to the podium.
Your Honor, there is absolutely a lot we can agree on here, and the defense has not disputed that Dr. Cornell and Dr. Peterson are qualified experts in mass shootings. We absolutely do not dispute that the work they do is important, and truthfully, I think everyone in this entire courtroom hopes that they figure out a solution for what's been a huge problem for many years in this country. The problem in this case is that the testimony proffered is just not appropriate for this trial. In order for expert testimony to be admissible, it has to be both relevant and reliable. The two things the prosecutor plans to show in this case, according to the testimony they've presented, are number one, that shooters plan and prepare ahead of time and don't just snap, and number two, that mass shootings can be prevented. With respect to the first point about shooters prepare ahead of time and don't just snap, Dr. Peterson agreed with me that anyone who looks at the evidence in this case very easily can see that the shooter in this case, planned over a long period of time his intentions to shoot up the school.
Okay, well, their concern is that you're going to argue to the jury that he just snapped, and they're saying that's inappropriate or unfair. I think that's what their position is.
Your Honor, we would stipulate that we're not going to argue that he just snapped. The defense saying that these parents were surprised and caught off guard is not the same as saying Ethan snapped. So we would actually stipulate that we're not going to argue Ethan just snapped. And looking at the evidence, it's so clear Ethan didn't just snap. Ethan clearly had journal writings and text messages and tape recordings, and all kinds of things that show. To be honest, the defense would be crazy to suggest he just snapped. That's not what we're planning to do. When it comes to the fact that school shootings can be prevented, that fact, that information involves taking a look at the leakage that was in this case, at the warning signs, at the signs of threats, at the materials that everyone in this case was presented with, in determining whether
the only thing that's going to snap is
whether there was room for intervention. And the problem is, and the expert agreed, that anyone who looks at these drawings would see that there's a problem. It does not take a PhD or I think it was a PhD or
Spit it out. Oh, she's looking
a microscope to determine that these drawings were problematic. So when you have this information in front of the jury, it's up to them to decide how problematic it was and if the steps taken by these parents was reasonable or not. And having an expert at trial explaining that there are clues put out there and plans are divulged ahead of time is something that does not require expert testimony. It's not something that's going to aid the trier of fact. It's also not beyond the knowledge of an ordinary person that would be sitting on this jury. There's going to be lots of evidence that there was information leaked. The biggest issue is who it was leaked to. And that's a determination that the jury is going to have to make. Was the information leaked to these parents in a way that they should have known or done something different than they did? One of the problems with Dr. Peterson's testimony is that she relies on information that is at issue in the case and, quite frankly, is incorrect. She relies on information that the shooter was provided access to a gun and wrote an op-ed piece within a week of the shooting happening and relied on the information that these parents gave access to a gun. The access to a gun is going to be a highly contested issue at trial, and Dr. Peterson relying on that information is only in an effort to get the jury to believe it's true because the expert is saying it and relying on it in her opinions, and that can't happen. So part of the problem is that in addition to this information being irrelevant to decide if it's gross negligence for Jennifer and James Crumbley, it's also invading the very job that this jury has to do. And this is not a case where we're talking about drug levels in blood and breathalyzer and scientific, difficult concepts to understand, blood spatter patterns, ballistics, things like that would be outside the knowledge of a jury. This is a case where it's really simple. There's a series of events that takes place over a year leading up to a day where a school shooting takes place. There's a meeting at the school that the parents attended. There's 911 calls. There's a day that a gun is purchased. There's just a series of events. Those series of events do not take an expert to explain what happened. And explaining what happened is something that this jury is going to have to reach a conclusion on. But there's absolutely nothing about the evidence that's going to be presented that requires expert testimony to sort any part of that out. And if this court does find that it's relevant or relevant for this case and is inclined to let the experts testify, there are problems under MRE 702 and Daubert that would require it to be excluded because of the reliability on the evidence. Dr. Richard Leo, in the Kowalski case, which we cited in our brief, had a very similar database about false confessions as Dr. Peterson's database about mass shooters.
The volume's fine.
The problems that occurred in Dr. Leo's case are the same as what occur in this case and make it not reliable. And we briefed that out in our memorandum about today's hearing. And the problem is that the information is not reliable enough to meet the threshold that you would need to have it be admissible at a trial. We're not trying to say that the database is bad or not useful, and obviously there's more work to be done on it, and they're continuing to do work on it at all times. But in this case, whatever the database says about who's in it is completely irrelevant to the facts that need to be decided in this case, which is about gross negligence of Jennifer and James. It doesn't matter if that database shows parents had substance abuse issues and other things. All of that information is irrelevant to what happened with the shooter in this specific case. In addition to the other problem is that when an expert gets up and testifies, there has to be some kind of repeatability or accuracy that makes the testimony reliable so that the outcome would be the same every time. And when you're talking about assessing threats or assessing materials that these parents and school officials had to determine were threats, trained investigators, according to Dr. Peterson's research, cannot even agree when something is a threat versus when it's not. The percentages of people of investigators who are trained rating threats on a scale of 1 to 10, it was across the board. It's not even like the trained people that have a trained eye for this could come to some conclusion and agree upon it. There's absolutely no question. There's no profile about a mass shooter. You can't tell who's going to be a mass shooter. You can't predict a mass shooting. Profile evidence would not be allowed in a trial anyway. The problem is that the expert testimony in this case is really a veiled attempt to get in impermissible testimony. It's really an attempt to get in that James and Jennifer acted with gross negligence in what they did and what they failed to do. And that really is a question that has to solely go to the jury. When an expert gets up and testifies about the many issues of leakage in the case and the many opportunities to prevent anything further from happening prior to the shooting, and that mass shooters exhibit leakage, and this case has a lot of leakage, all it is signaling to the jury is that these parents are guilty of being grossly negligent. And that is a conclusion the jury has to reach for itself and cannot be made by an expert.
That is her and her buddy Larry
So, Your Honor,
Nassar,
for the reason that there's problems, particularly with the relevancy, the issue that it will not aid the trier of fact, and the issue that it invades the scope of the jury, we'd ask that you not allow the testimony. And then in addition, there's issues with the reliability if the court's analysis goes beyond the relevancy issue.
Did she have that jacket just taken in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that the same jacket?
No, it's okay. Do you want to go before?
Very briefly, Judge, if I could.
You
Very briefly.
She is not on her game. Did you see her ex-partner had to fill in the
Your Honor, Ms.
blank?
Smith covered the majority of what we discussed and what we were going to argue in our closing. However, there's one matter that I wanted to clarify for the court. Mr. Williams indicated that Dr. Peterson would testify to dispel the myth about shooters just snapping and to describe the pathway to violence. Obviously, as Ms. Smith indicated, it's very clear that there were a number of concerning things that led up to the shooting in this case, and that the shooter had a number of things that would be convincing to people that this wasn't just a situation where somebody snapped. As for the pathway to violence, Dr. Peterson testified, and I believe that Dr. Cornell confirmed it, that even if a layperson or a common person doesn't know that something is quote-unquote leakage, or something is a quote-unquote crisis point, or something is a term or a step that Dr. Peterson has identified on her pathway to violence, that a layperson, a common person, will still see that item, that writing, that text, that whatever it is concerning. So even still, having an expert isn't needed to testify about a quote-unquote pathway to violence, because pursuant to the testimony of Dr. Peterson herself, a layperson, a common person, will be able to identify those things without knowing maybe the term. So the testimony about the quote-unquote pathway to violence isn't going to assist the jury in this case, because according to Dr. Peterson, they'll already know that it's concerning in nature. So, Judge, just on those two issues, dispelling the myth and describing the pathway to violence, an expert isn't needed. A jury of lay people isn't going to need the testimony of an expert to label for them the steps on the pathway to violence. According to Dr. Peterson, they should see an object or a piece of writing and know that it's concerning without being told that it's concerning. Thank you, Judge.
That's that girl
There's
too
really
on the far
two
right, the
major
blonde.
problems. One is the defense is going to argue to the jury that these defendants could not have predicted this, that other people could not have predicted this, that they're going to say, if anyone, the school counselor should have predicted it, that someone else should have, that no one could have, and therefore they aren't liable. And that's why the distinction between prediction and prevention is so important. We have to dispel the myth. The only two issues that are before the court, and that is whether the expert testimony we intend to offer is sufficiently reliable. That element is very clear, Judge. And the only argument they've made, they didn't present an expert, they really didn't make any inroads on why the expert testimony we offered was not reliable, why the data was not reliable. They cite the Kowalski case. Judge, that case is not at all comparable. Dr. Leo in that case studied confessions that he already thought to be false. In this case, Dr. Peterson studied every single mass shooting since 1966. These are not similar cases.
Welcome, Kate.
Ultimately, though, Judge, it doesn't. Well, I want to point out the experts in this case. We're not going to offer them or ask them to testify to say what these defendants did or didn't do or should not have done. That's not their role. They're only there to dispel the myth. And ultimately, it doesn't matter whether the defense directly or indirectly makes the argument that the shooter just snapped, because as you hear the experts say, it is a pervasive myth. The jury, like everyone else, has this misconception. Every time, Judge, there's another shooting, now I've educated myself, I've learned through this case, and I read the newspaper, and there's always someone who says there were no signs. And every time, it turns out to be wrong. There are signs, and the jury needs to hear that and understand people don't just snap, so that they can evaluate whether these defendants, in fact, could have prevented this shooting.
All right, I'm going to issue a written opinion. I'm hopeful that it'll be within a week to 10 days, I hope. You're all in receipt of my scheduling order, right? Yes. So the trial date is January 17th at 8:30 in the morning. And I think you got the other dates.
January 17th, 8:30 a.m.
I think I would like to set up a Zoom with all the lawyers at some point in the next 3 to 4 weeks. I had a meeting with court administration as well as the Sheriff's Department to talk about the mechanics of doing this trial, which will be great, as you can imagine. So
potato
I'll set that up in the
hasn't looked right since.
Right? So everybody remains seated until the tents are taken.
Is it better now? I shouldn't be that low. Oh, she looks terrible. Hi, Jennifer. Oh, Jennifer. Oh, Jennifer. Bye, bitch.
Jocks, Pegs, Lucky.
Oh, can you tell my wife I love her? Thanks.
Who knows?
Bye, James.
Fucking fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Your Honor.
All rise.
At least the lawyers.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood.
Let's see how the pumpkin's doing. I know. Baby got back, Jennifer Crumbley. You know her middle name is the same as mine? It's shameful. Her middle name is the same as mine. But thank God that my last name is not Crumbley. That's a good thing. Thanks, you guys, for watching today. Sadly, we're a little short of our goal, but we did pretty good. We did pretty good. So maybe I'll do a pop-up live this weekend. What y'all think? This guy's like, leave me alone and let me carve this shit. Look at this. I would be so annoyed. I'd be like, dudes, step away from the pumpkin. Let's praise the button on that jacket for holding out. Holy hell, you guys are funny. Jennifer's backyard just got bigger. Jennifer, look at these idiots. Like, let me carve my pumpkin. What's up, Dawn? Dawn. Sounds like Dawn, but it's really Dawn. Dr. Phil is on Rogan. He's been on Rogan before, you know that? Yeah, the spectators have gathered round the pumpkin. Gather round, y'all. Gather round the pumpkin. Oh, man. It has been a fun stream. Obviously not a fun topic. But, oh, who said just pushed us almost to that limit where I have to do a Ask Me Anything live stream. Judy, we share the same birthday? That's my birthday, 11/11. Whoop, whoop. Scorpio's in the house.
Stand down.
Thank you so much. Who said Kate? Potato, you don't do that. Thank you, Potato. Okay, I guess we're over our limit. Hang on. We are, okay, so you guys get a live stream Ask Me Anything. Cooperate. Potato did that to me.
John Wayne Bobbitt's penis.
Because of her cooperate mistake.
Cooperate.
Yeah.
I don't like Dr. Phil either, but I like Joe Rogan and I like the things that they talk about. I think they're going to be convicted. I think they're going to end up convicted. All right, so tonight, 7 p.m., Ask Me Anything. This is going to be scary. I'm a little scared. But thank you guys so much. Because, you know, I'm not lying when I say that YouTube doesn't allow monetization on most of my streams, and especially my streams. The videos, it's hit and miss, but live streams are immediately yellow as soon as I end the live. Cooperate with that avocado. Avocado. You guys have been wonderful since 8:30 this morning. Thank you so much for sticking with me. Don't apologize. Thank you so much for your guys' support. I really appreciate it. Because, you know, if I don't make enough to even pay my damn bills, I don't know where I'm at. And I want to continue doing this because I really do enjoy it. It really is like a passion for me. It's not just something that I take lightly. I really do take this seriously, and I appreciate you guys as well. Oh God, Lisa. I do not tell a lie, I say. So thanks a lot, you guys. I'll see you guys tonight, 7 p.m. I'll make that when I get off of here, so I follow through, and I'll see you guys tonight. We'll have fun. My McDonald's is here, so I'm going to go eat. All right, guys. I'll see you at 7. Dance it out for now. We should have fun later. Bye, May May. And I hope you come back soon, May May. Go watch this carving of the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown. Bye.
Collaborate.
Yeah.
Collaborate.
But
I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't
Collaborate.
yeah.
Collaborate.
Like, what the fuck is this? And everybody's like, what the fuck is this?
We will put you behind bars at the Morsino Motel.
You wanna be with me.
We're in these chat rooms, Snapchats, Instagram, Facebook. You'll never know the name, you'll never know who it is, but we are watching everywhere. So our detectives are watching all the different social media platforms. If so,
We will put you behind bars at the Morsino Motel. Rattlesnake.